This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Carbon County Sheriff Alex Bakken had just finished a meeting Monday night with emergency dispatchers in Saratoga when he jumped in his car and saw an alert for three 17-year-old hikers lost on Medicine Bow Peak. The mountain, the highest in the Snowy Range, lies about 35 miles west of Laramie, and it was also 35 miles southeast of where Bakken was. Knowing his deputies were busy, the sheriff told Cowboy State Daily's Justin George that he decided to drive out to the mountain, set up a command post, and wait for search and rescue members to show up.
It was just him and another person, and they decided to hike up themselves at 8:30. So in full uniform, he went up with the flashlights, pretty steep trail, lots of snow. It took them well over an hour, but they found them and they reached them. The stranded teens were apparently using their cell phone in order to create a signal that they were able to see. And so the sheriff and this other volunteer then hiked down the mountain with them and were able to sort of get them into search and rescue vehicles to get them back safely.
The teens had started their hike at about noon, but had drifted far off the trail, trying to detour around deep snow. Bakken said they'd been smart enough to not hike alone, but hadn't planned to be out on the mountain at night. All three were wearing shorts, and the temperature was dropping into the 40s. When pro-wolf activists on the second annual Hogs for Hope ride arrived in Daniel, Wyoming on Saturday morning, they were greeted by a large banner across the front of the Green River Bar declaring Cody Roberts Days. Daniel area resident Roberts has been at the center of a worldwide controversy that exploded over reports that he ran over a wolf with a snowmobile and then captured the animal in February of 2024. So the banner was an in-your-face moment for this small town to those protesting Wyoming's wolf management policies. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines.
Last year we were there. It got kind of raucous. This year it was a lot quieter. They kind of buzzed through town, and it sounded as if there were only 15 or so people gathered at the Green River Bar there. The caravan didn't stop. Somebody did put a banner across the top of the Green River Bar saying Cody Roberts Days. It's kind of a snub or a burn or a pushback against what the people in the caravan were trying to promote.
Jonas Black, the organizer of the rally, did say he wore a bulletproof vest while riding his motorcycle through Daniel because of numerous death threats that he'd gotten leading up to this year's Hogs for Hope event. When Wyoming lawmakers met Tuesday in Casper for the first of four meetings to recalibrate the way the state funds public education in light of inflation and school districts' needs, some of the most vocal attendees urged Wyoming to train up plumbers, welders, and tourism industry workers. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that some speaking for Wyoming's blue-collar sectors said schools aren't filling employers' massive needs for workers.
One of the people speaking to this end just rattled off like hundreds, in some cases thousands of jobs needed in construction and welding and all of these areas.
The educators who attended those panels also spoke of inadequate funding and the need for career and technical education, or CTE, resources at the middle school level, as much of that kind of learning starts at that age. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous at 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
A surge of supercell thunderstorms over the last week have pummeled Wyoming, Montana, and Colorado with golf ball to baseball-sized hail that obliterated windshields, tore pieces off of homes, and killed wildlife. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that a thunderstorm in southeast Montana caused widespread destruction Monday, but that was after a major hailstorm Saturday put even wildlife in harm's way.
The photo that we use in the story, which is that poor hawk that was grounded with broken feathers after a hailstorm, that was in central Montana on Saturday. And then on Monday, southeastern Montana got up to 8 inches of hail. But this is hail season. As Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day put it, hail's like wind. We're just in an area that's geographically and climatically inclined to have a higher frequency of these things in high amounts.
Day said there was a significant amount of 1 to 2 inch hail reported in Douglas and Converse County northeast of Cheyenne this weekend, as well as in parts of Goshen County near Torrington. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Ships. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Yeah, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. Carbon County Sheriff rescues 3 lost teens on a mountain after work, still in his uniform. Wyoming needs more welders and plumbers and people who actually make stuff. Blue-collar industries plead for more education geared towards producing actual workers. Daniel declares Cody Roberts Day as demonstrators arrive to give Wyoming crap about its wolf policies. Lack of affordable housing apparently solved in Teton County. Biggest, most massive hotel ever approved in Jackson. Genius passes the Senate. Crypto Queen Senator Lummis hoping for an easy ride in the House, and we're hoping to have the senator on the show Friday to talk about it. Angler shoots angry moose. Its 2 calves have to be put down. And a bloody, beaten man lying unconscious in a closed-down liquor store in Wheatland. Sounds like the beginning of a C.J. Box novel. Details still trickling in, and there's a lot to piece together, including a Brit National, a girlfriend, and a few bottles of 100 proof booze. Oh, man. Can't wait to get to Wheatland. I mean, you know, on the show, not literally. Although I love Wheatland. Who doesn't? We'll check out the weather in Wheatland and everywhere else. Day weather forecast for this state looks like this. Casper, sunny 82 today. Lander, sunny 83. Evanston, you'll hit a high of 80 today under plenty of sunshine. Sunny, breezy in Rock Springs, highs 82. Pinedale, 76, sunny and breezy. Afton, approaching 80 today with abundant sunshine. DuBois, sunny, breezy, 76. Jackson, getting toward 80, almost 79, sunny. Thermopolis, sunny and 86. Sunny in Cody with highs 82 today. Buffalo, sunshine, highs in the upper 70s. Sheridan, mid-80s under sunshine. Gillette, sunny and 80. Newcastle, 78 was sunshine. Torrington, you guessed it, sun and 84. Wheatland, sunny and 82. Cheyenne, 81. Laramie, 77. Lots of sunshine down in the southeast part of the state. And Rollins, Saratoga, you're looking at about 80, low 80s today with plenty of sunshine. We can't find a cloud anywhere in the state of Wyoming. I reckon that's a good sign. Considering that we did have rain yesterday, dangerous hail is in the news. That was in Montana. There was hail in Wyoming as well over the last day or two. But the hail in Montana, man. Did you see the picture of that poor little hawk that got pelted and probably killed by the hail. It was awful. Don Day should be taken away in handcuffs for forecasting hail like that in Montana. They were shoveling it like it was snow. I saw a photo of this car, this truck, going down the road, and I could see its tire tracks working its way through what looked like 3-4 inches of snow. It was hail balls, size of golf balls, size of quarter. It was hail, like half a foot deep. What can survive that? As far as like winged animals, this poor hawk. Let's go. I'm going to this story right now. Andrew Rossi has it. I saw a picture of the hawk on the Facebooks. I felt bad, man. Even if you're not like, I don't know, a bird brain. If you're not, I love birds. But whatever, even if you didn't have bird inclinations, you couldn't help but feel for this hawk. This thing looked terrible. I should try to get Teton Raptor Center on the blower today and see if I can get them to talk about what do hawks and eagles and crows and magpie, what do birds do when it hails like this? Run for the hills? I mean, they probably like get under stuff. Are birds smart enough to like get under things? I'm sure they are. Birds are pretty smart. This hawk did not get under stuff. Look at it. In the story from Andrew Rossi from the Cowboy State Daily. Go online right now. If you're driving, just tell the officer it's okay. Jake said you could get online right now. I'm not responsible for everything you do. Pull over or not, whatever. Just get online. I don't care what you're doing. It's not more important than this. And go see the story. Cowboy State Daily. Supercell thunderstorms pummel wildlife. Bust windows. Baseball-size hail. Cats and dogs. And everything else from Montana to Colorado and Wyoming, right in between. Golf-size, baseball-size hail, obliterated windshields. I mean, it kept insurance agents pretty busy. I'm sure the last day or two. 30 minutes of heavy rain and hail in central Montana, where Hayden Wickman was branding calves. Well, it's a little bit late to be branding at this point. Well, mid-June, June 18th. Wickman was branding calves near Colon, Montana, Saturday evening when dark storm clouds appeared on the horizon. Wickman said, we went up the road to watch it because we knew this was a big white cloud. It was going to come down to the creek bottom. This wasn't going to be good. And Wickman said it was like a flash flood, only of golf ball size hail. It was a flash flood of hail, about 2 inches of rain and hail just obliterated the countryside. The Wickmans watched and they got, cows everywhere. They didn't lose any cows, they said. That was the good news. The cows, they just turn their butts to it and just take it, hang their heads. Wickman said, I was sitting right by the gate, all hunched over. Oh, no, that was the hawk was sitting by the gate. Wickman said, I think Wickman's, Hayden Wickman said he ventured over across his property, over by the gate, when he came across a shocking sight. A battered hawk had been caught up in the furious hailstorm. Probably, this hawk wasn't ready for it. Maybe it was too far away from its known places it could go to get out of the storm. Or maybe that first hail knocked it on the head and knocked it right out of the air. Who knows? This thing does not look good, this poor hawk. He said the hawk was sitting right by the gate, all hunched over. I could see the feathers on its wings were all broken. He wasn't able to fly. The feathers were all like wet. I mean, this hawk it almost looks fake, right? If you're looking at this photo, this hawk, it looked fake to me. I saw this on the Facebooks before Andrew's story, and I was thinking, oh, this could be a good weather-related story for Andrew. And sure enough, Andrew Rossi writes about how the hail is killing every living thing walking the planet. Look at this hawk with his tongue sticking out. Well, I'm describing it for you people on radio that don't have a chance to get on your smart screen. This hawk looks bad, real bad. Oh, man. Oh, can't even laugh at it. So the Wickman said, yeah, much like everybody else in it, they were busy trying to care for their livestock. They didn't lose any cows, but they did get a lot of hay got busted. They run some hay fields. I think it was the Wickmans. Might have been somebody else. Let's see. Yeah, Wickman got they said, my dad, Hayden Wickman said, my dad's 73 years old, been here his whole life, ranched here in central Montana, never seen anything like it before. Never. Although Don Day will say it's pretty normal. Don Day said we live in a target-rich environment for wind and hail. Don Day says we have the right topography, climate, and everything else needed to get higher frequencies of both wind and hail. This time of the year, the risk of hail is at its highest. This happened, and we got hail in Wyoming. They got some down in Colorado. This happened in Montana. And the Wickmans said they lost close to 250 acres of hay ground and close to 1,000 acres of pasture where the hailstorm went through. Vehicles are damaged. Structures are damaged. Don Day said it's going to be a busy day for insurance adjusters filling out claims. Yeah. Here's Andrew Rossi talking about it. And I hope he has something nice to say about the poor hawk that got battered.
A surge of supercell thunderstorms over the last week have pummeled Wyoming, Montana, and Colorado with golf ball to baseball-sized hail that obliterated windshields, tore pieces off of homes, and killed wildlife. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that a thunderstorm in southeast Montana caused widespread destruction Monday, but that was after a major hailstorm Saturday put even wildlife in harm's way.
The photo that we used in the story, which is that poor hawk that was grounded with broken feathers after a hailstorm, that was in central Montana on Saturday. And then on Monday, southeastern Montana got up to 8 inches of hail. So we're talking like a heavy snowfall that covered their streets. And then in Colorado, there are reports of baseball-sized hail that destroyed windshields and windows in cars. But this is hail season. June, July, and August are the months where the frequency of hail increases. And as Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day put it, hail's like wind. We're just in an area that's geographically and climatically inclined to have a higher frequency of these things in high amounts.
Day said there was a significant amount of 1 to 2 inch hail reported in Douglas and Converse counties northeast of Cheyenne this weekend, as well as in parts of Goshen County near Torrington.
Man, yeah, that was some serious hail. And that hawk, oh, that poor hawk. Wickman said he got a photo of it and then left to check on his cows or do something else on the ranch. When he came back later, the hawk was nowhere to be found. So maybe it shook its feathers out and figured out how to fly out of there. But hopefully that poor hawk's all right. I feel bad for him. Yesterday we were talking about, and I can't remember why. Oh yeah, there was news that the moon is made up of orange glass, not cheese, like we thought. We were all told as kids the moon was made of cheese. It's made up of orange glass beads. Well, not entirely, but all 12 astronauts who've walked on the moon, including the first one, Neil Armstrong, that's what got us on the subject, recounted seeing and walking on what looked and felt like little tiny shards of glass beads, sort of like sand, but they were orange. They were shiny and orange, and they scooped up some and brought it back to the U.S., which to me was pretty careless. I mean, we had never been to another planet. 1969, the first time we go to another planet, we go to the moon, and we scoop up stuff and bring it back? Whoa, that's the beginning of every science fiction nightmare movie. Don't bring stuff back. And then it comes to life and gets out of the lab and kills the Earth. And somebody call Bruce Willis because we need to fight these aliens. Or Will Smith. Yeah, I wouldn't have brought it back. That was Houston's idea. Neil Armstrong steps out of the capsule, steps out of his spaceship, and he says, one small step for man. Well, I think I broke something. And he said, I stepped on some glass. And Houston said, oh, bring it back. Bring it back? Really? Yeah, bring it back. We want to analyze it. So he did. And, back then, the 60s, 70s, as good as our scientists are, we didn't have the equipment to really tell what it is. And then yesterday I told you what it is. It's actual little glass beads from when the moon used to be volcanic about 3.5 billion years ago. And it's still sitting there because there's no atmosphere on the moon. There's no wind to blow it anywhere. It just sat just like it was 3 billion years ago. There it is still. And then we got in the whole thing of whether we were really on the moon. Did Neil Armstrong really set foot on the moon, or was this all done in a Hollywood lot? And so I bring all this up just to mention that one of our astute listeners, our regular listeners, chimed in and said, I met Neil Armstrong in 1972. The stories he shared, I definitely believe he was on the moon. So thank you to one of our listeners who heard from Neil himself. And sometimes you can tell, if Neil Armstrong himself tells you 3 years after he was on the moon what it was like, you can tell if he's faking or not. And apparently convinced this listener that we really did go to the moon. And there really was like glass on it. Just when we thought it was cheese. Greg Johnson will be with us in a minute. Let's clear the room for him.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am an U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
We're back in studio of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Greg Johnson joins us, managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily.
Hello, Jake.
Hey there. That Sheriff Bakken is a heck of a guy.
Yeah, he is. Oh, this is also a heck of a guy right here.
Hey, you got a kitty cat.
Yeah, Jinx decided to come up under the desk today.
Oh, nice. Mine just brought in a mouse from outside. Idiot. And I had to kick him back out. Now he's sleeping on the couch. Thankfully, he's not bothering me. Good. Kitty Cat Day. Kitty Cat Day. Sheriff Bakken puts on his cape and saves the day for 3 teens stranded on a mountain, and Caitlin Clark got poked in the eye. So where do you want to start?
I'm good wherever.
All right. Yeah, the hot sheriff, as Jen Coker calls him, Carbon County Sheriff Alex Bakken, was at just sort of the end of his day. He was at a last of the day meeting, and then he gets some kind of an alert that there's teens stranded on Medicine Bow Peak. So he just, goes right up there and gets them. That's all.
Yeah. He had some help.
Yeah. He brought a guy with him, but
Max Lyseth.
Yes, who's climbed it many times, he said. I
guess these teens, I mean, they did the right thing, called for help and everything, but yeah, they're just wearing shorts and stuff and lost and stranded up there. Is getting colder. So it could have been a bad situation if they hadn't found them.
Yeah, they made the phone call. They shared GPS location, which is great. And they stayed put, which is good. They were trying to get around snow. There's a lot of snow up there still. So that's why they got off trail and off the route. They went around snow, and then they got lost doing that. They're like, oh, no, they never hooked back up with the trail. And they're like, we don't know where we are. So they made the call, and Bakken used to be on the search and rescue team. He knew his deputies were all busy doing stuff. So he's like, I'll go up there. Brings a guy familiar with Medicine Bow Peak, familiar enough that he knew they could get to the peak in the dark. This is 8:45 by the time they started going up. And yeah, they got him. They got to the top, and Bakken got to the top and then asked home base, what's the GPS again? And they gave him the coordinates. He said, well, it shows it's about 900 yards away. Let me see if I can find them. Oh, yep, there they are. And they walked them down 1.5 miles, and everything turned out okay. How about that?
Yeah. It's a great story. Justin did a great job telling it.
He really did, and he's going to retell it later today. We're going to have him on the show. Love to get the sheriff, but it's short notice. We'll try. But Justin's going to come on and tell it how he heard it. So that's cool. Yeah, great job with that, Justin George. Cody Roberts Day. Daniel.
I tell you what, I think it doesn't matter what your not regarding people, your position on wolves and
right
and everything like that. That was a top level troll right there. To have that hanging up when the Hogs for Hopes guys rolled through, that was a troll.
That was a top shelf troll. Good point, Craig. That is one giant F you, middle finger, I don't know what, man. But rolling to town, looking to protest in Daniel. When you're from Austin, Texas, and you want to give Wyoming some grief about how we handle our wolves, and perhaps rightfully so in your mind, that's up for debate, as Greg said, and still, I don't think we're done making laws regarding how we treat our wolves. That probably is not over yet. But the protesters, first thing they see when they get to Tiny Daniel is a big old sign stretched out saying, "Welcome to Cody Roberts Day. God bless America, supporting local ranchers." Wow.
Yeah. And the rest of the thing, I mean, like last year, they didn't stop. They just rolled through. And I guess there weren't a lot of people there. There's only about 15 locals who last year they were kind of, yelling at them. And this year they're just kind of standing there. So from what I understand is that there really wasn't much.
Yeah. I mean,
this time.
There really isn't much in Daniel. I mean, I got news for you. This is not a town. This is not even a village. What's the next thing? Burg? What is the smallest thing? City, then down to town, then down to village, then burg. This is a junction.
Outpost.
Yeah. This is Daniel Junction. That's why it's called Daniel Junction. It's almost a mile. It's probably a mile to the gas station and store, which serves as like your everything. Like if you need beer, bait, and ammo, and you live in Daniel, you go to the store a mile down the road, and then the Green River Bar, and that's it. That's community. That's all. I mean, it's not like somebody's going to walk out on their front porch and come out and join there is no front porches. It's just ranch land and a bar. So you just tell everybody in the bar, empty out the bar and come out front. We're going to do Cody Roberts Day. That could be 5 people, could be 2. In this case, it was 15 because they were anticipating a showdown with Mr. Black and his Texas protesters. But there's
on my because I'm looking at that story now, and there's an ad in there for Zapatas in Cody. It says, mention this ad for a free Texas Twinkie.
Oh,
you know what a Texas Twinkie is?
I'm sure it's deep fried. It's a deep
I've
fried.
Never heard of that before.
Yeah, I haven't either, but it's probably a deep fried Twinkie like you get at the fair. Probably. Yeah, I don't know. Good point. Let's find out. Can we order one?
I don't know. I don't know if they deliver. Oh, it's a variation of a jalapeno popper.
Oh.
All right. So I guess it's not a dessert.
It's hot. Yeah, they like everything hot in Texas. It's practically Mexico North. It was Mexico. And
see, I'm even learning stuff from our ads.
Yeah, really informative. The story written by Mark Hines, anticipating maybe a showdown when Hogs for Hope rode into Daniel, turns out to be kind of a fizzle Saturday morning. They were greeted by a large banner, which Greg appropriately called one giant top shelf troll and little else. There was a quote from Jonas Black, who said he was wearing a bulletproof vest just in case. And yeah, what did he say? He used a bad word in his quote about Wyoming. Kind of figures. He said that sign, Cody Roberts Day, was probably the dumbest SH that they've pulled. Black said, they being, Daniel, I guess.
Yeah, you know what? The Rockies won 2 in a row, man. I don't know what's going on.
The Rockies have become the Yankees' Dorian Gray, the portrait in the attic, because every time the Rockies win, the Yankees have lost. I think there's some anti-symbiotic relationship there.
You should love that then.
Well,
the Rockies are on pace to lose 130 some games.
if things return to normal, if we get away from the bizarro world, the upside down world where everything is opposite, that was an episode on Seinfeld. If we get out of that thing where everything's opposite and go back to normal, yes, I will like it when the Yankees start winning and the Rockies go back to being the Rockies. But man, right now, stop it, Colorado. Scoring runs and everything. You got like 10 runs, right? Last night. Yankees haven't scored in 2 games. Not a run. They scored 4 runs over the last 4 losses. Terrible. I don't want to get aggravated about it. So the largest hotel project, massive, ever approved in Jackson was approved. This thing's gigantic, but it's not near what it coulda, woulda been. Coulda, woulda was going to span like 3 blocks. It was going to be unmissable on your approach into Jackson from the north. The first thing you'd see is...
I thought you were going to say on your approach from outer space.
Yeah, well, you could see it from outer space. The Grand Canyon, the Great Wall of China, and this hotel in Jackson. 3 things you can see from the space station.
Yeah, and I wonder how like 3,000 square foot condos are affordable housing.
Yeah. That's
I guess it's how you defend it. Affordable to who?
Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. There's also what they call in Teton County and Jackson Hole attainable housing. And those houses sit unbought because, think about it, the housing authority is trying to sell. And I get the notices all the time in my email about, do you want to buy this $450,000 affordable house? And even if I could afford it, which is debatable, here's why you don't buy it is because it's under the affordable housing, so you can't get any resale value out of it. You're capped as to who you can sell it to and for how much more 10, 15, 20 years later. So it ceases to become a real estate investment, and you're spending $500,000 just to live here and never recovering any kind of revenue out of your home. So those things just sit there unsold, unmarketable. Yeah, but this new deal is 607,000 square foot mogul capital complex on North Cache. It was approved 4-1 by the town council. It's been bantied about for the last year. Originally, Mogul Capital came with a design that was 3 times bigger than this. It was like stupid big. It would have been its own zip code. And the councilors got super scared about it. And they came back with something 1/3 as big, but still the biggest thing ever approved by Jackson. It's gigantic. The lone no vote was Jonathan Schechter, who's a council member, and his concern was a 50-year-old gas plume that is thought to exist below the surface of the town of Jackson. My concern, Jonathan, would not be an old this is an old gas station that leaked gas like in the 60s. And it has created a gas plume underneath not only this property, but underneath like a fourth of the town of Jackson. Like it's been measured. Like, okay, has that ever been a problem with groundwater? Not yet, but there's the fear. So Schechter's like, I'm worried about the gas plume. He's worried about gas that spilled 70 years ago rather than what this thing is going to create 50 years into the future. Oh, it's gigantic. Anyway, anyone who's not in Jackson doesn't care.
With all those, yeah, it'll be interesting. They must think that there's some big money for this hotel.
Oh yeah. You can't build. They'll get their money back. You don't build something that big. It's like a casino. You'll recoup. Don't worry. 172 room hotel plus more than one restaurant and a whole bunch of affordable and market housing. Oh yeah, it'll be a giant moneymaker. You could make 10 of these things and still wouldn't be enough. I'm glad we have Claire McFarland on the show today because I have so many questions about a bloody, beaten man found in a liquor store that's not even supposed to be open. This liquor store has been closed, I guess, for a long time, yet it's still stocked. Boy, talk about an attraction for criminals. You got a liquor store in downtown Wheatland that's not open, but it's still got all the booze in it. That's called entrapment if you're a defense lawyer. That's like come and get me. So, yeah, there's a dude found bloody, beaten, unconscious. There's apparently a girlfriend involved in a Brit national, and I'm totally confused as to who's who and what's happening, but Claire will be on later to explain.
Yeah, that was weird because they're pretty tight-lipped about releasing info on it and stuff, and the local radio station jumped the gun and reported the guy was dead, and Claire's like, his family says he's alive. Kind of like one of those Monty Python things, I thought he was dead. Well, he got better,
He got better. I thought he was dead. No, he was just using his PlayStation. He looks dead. No, he's just playing a video game. He's not dead, thankfully, and somebody's in custody, and we're still trying to figure it all out. Good story by Greg as we're following the first wildfire of the year, the Horse Fire, and it's threatening a historic old lookout, which is being wrapped and protected. 900-acre fire still going.
Yeah, it looks like a giant Jiffy Pop up there on top of the mountain.
It does. Just waiting for heat to be applied.
They filled that with popcorn in case the fire gets too close.
Are they still doing Jiffy Pop?
I think so. Probably. I don't know who would buy it anymore since the invention of the microwave. But
yeah, the only downside to microwave popcorn, which is super good. I mean, it is the only reason to invent a microwave is the popcorn alone. It's like, wow, theater popcorn in 2 minutes. Golly, isn't America great? But the only downside is the smell. I mean, it just smells like popcorn for 3 days after, and especially if you accidentally burn it. If you leave it too long, then it's like 5 days.
That's the worst.
Oh, yeah. You can't get rid of it.
But that was also the worst with Jiffy Pop, too, man. It was pretty easy to get that burned also.
Yeah. Burn popcorn. That don't go away. I mean, you just throw the microwave out at that point. They're only what, $120, $90? Throw it out. Once you burn popcorn once, it's over. All right, we got to take a quick break. Be back with more stories. Greg is going to be in that window or not. Let's play Greg Johnson roulette. See if he's there.
Good.
See if he's there when we come back. Okay, good. Quick break and be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
My mouse stopped working. That's never good. Occupational hazard. Right up there with hailstorms. When we have Don Day on later in the show, I'm going to suggest that he be brought up on charges. Felony assault using hail for what he did to that poor hawk in Montana. I guess Don Day is only responsible for weather that happens in Wyoming, but boy, that hawk did not look good. Right, Greg?
No, it did not.
Dang, I thought it was fake. When I saw that photo, like, this hawk looks...
Yeah, it's a striking photo, and it really, I mean, it tells a story of what, if they can't find some kind of shelter or something, the animals, that hail could beat up on them.
Yeah.
If you're a cow standing out in a field and you got baseball-sized hail coming down, I mean, that's...
Yeah. That hurts.
That tenderizes them.
Yeah. That really hurts. And I think about that whenever I'm out, on a horrible day. If it's horrible, cold and snowy, I think about animals. I'm like, oh, how do they do it? And then if you're getting hailed on, I mean, your first thought is, oh, my car. And I hope my State Farm insurance is paid up. I hope Geico pays hail insurance. And then your second thought is, what about the poor animals and wildlife and birds? You think birds would have the sense to get out of the way of it? Maybe this hawk didn't have a chance or didn't have time, but he does not look good.
At least from what you can see in the photo, it doesn't look like there's many trees around.
Right. Central Montana. Not many trees, not many. Yeah, where would he go? Oh, he got just, that hawk does not look good. So we'll have Don Day on. I'll ask him to say, Don, you got to answer to that. You can't just make it hail like that. Think everything's all right. There's some bad weather that these Pony Express riders have to encounter when they're toting the mail. They do an annual Pony Express ride across the U.S. following the old original trail as best they can. And it's going through Wyoming right now. They're carrying the mail bag, which is, what's that?
1,200 official pieces of mail. It's real mail that's being delivered.
Real mail.
And and if you're one of those lucky 1,200, it's getting there faster than if you put it in the actual mail.
Come on. It might be. 50, I think it's like 56 hours across the state of Wyoming alone, which doesn't seem too bad. I mean, doing this on horseback like they did in the old days. Yes, 7 groups are participating in the state of Wyoming, the Wyoming Pony Express Association, 160 riders, 7 different ride groups, and 56 hours to get the mail from Lyman, Nebraska, all the way across the Cowboy state.
And what's amazing is the real Pony Express, it only rode for like less than 18 months.
Yeah, year and a half. Did not last long. Telegraph pretty much replaced that.
Yep. There you go. Technology taking the jobs of real people again.
Yeah, but real people are still needed more than ever. Claire McFarland's story about blue-collar sector, blue-collar jobs and industry pleading for more people, more welders, more plumbers, more construction people, people who actually make stuff and fix stuff and work. We become a society where if you do go to school beyond high school, it's just to join some lucrative medical or lawyer agent. There's too many people who make money off of money or make money off of those who make money. Too many agents and representatives like, I'll get a piece of what you get by doing this and that. There's not enough people who actually make the original product. Like, what if you need a welder? There's not enough of them.
That's right. And just so you know, I get a piece of what you get for coming on.
See?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm one of those leeches.
It's just, we become a society of, we're all leeches. Nobody, and you see it. I don't know. I don't want to get down that rabbit hole, but you see it in Tony Chic Ooh La La Jackson, where the only people who can afford to be here are the upper echelon, just lawyers and doctors. And when they need something done, if they get a flat tire, they fix it with their platinum card and their phone. And you hope somebody, the cavalry's there to come and fix it. But what if there ain't nobody? What if there's no mechanic, no welder? Not only because they can't afford to live here.
There's big demand. There's a big demand. I guess, the message to the legislators is, hey, we need people who can do these jobs too. Let's make sure that's happening, that there's money for that.
Yeah. Wyoming lawmakers met Tuesday in Casper, and they got an earful of this for hours. Claire McFarland has the story about the first of 2 days of meetings, Legislative Select Committee on School Finance Recalibration. And the good news is Superintendent Megan Degenfelder, Superintendent of Public Instruction, she's all about it. She's said that, public instruction, public education should include, if that's your jam, teaching you how to be a diesel mechanic, teaching you how to be a welder. There should be more of that, not less. So, yeah, hopefully that trend is on and we've created a spark there. Senator Lummis, I hope we can get her on Friday. I sent a message out. I reached out because she's pretty happy about finally getting the crypto bill, that Genius Act, through the Senate. It took a while and headed for the House now. 68-30 vote. That's pretty one-sided for the way legislation goes nowadays. So good for her.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it is, because a lot of the votes now are pretty along the partisan line these days. So, she understands the crypto stuff, and she's got she's earned the nickname Crypto Queen.
Crypto Queen. And she made another smart move for a politician. She co-sponsored the bill with a Democrat. Smart move, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York. So you've got some bipartisan sponsorship of the whole act right there. And the hang-up had only been mostly fear that this act, this piece of legislation, would just play right into Trump's hands with his own cyber coins, but looks like everybody's gotten over that worry and that fear. And the Genius Act, first step towards modernizing the American payment system, says Senator Lummis. So congrats for her through the House, and we've got a first step towards crypto money, which nobody understands except Cynthia Lummis. And a couple other smart guys that we've had on the show, actually, in Wyoming.
There's only been a couple, right?
There's a few, but the very few who understand the whole cyber currency and all that is most of them are in Wyoming, thankfully. And we have talked to a few of them, really smart folks. So that's good news for the senator. Can't wait. If we can get her on Friday, we'll congratulate her. What else is happening?
That guy in that angler in near Sheridan who said that moose was charging him and shot it.
Yeah, I feel bad for the calves.
Yeah.
Oh,
moose had two calves who couldn't be cared for, and they had to put them down too.
Yeah, this happened in the Bighorns. It does happen. I mean, if you spend a lot of time out there fishing, especially this time of year when moose are caring for newborns, they get mama moose gets a little testy when you're crawling around in the willows and she thinks you're a threat. And moose can get very aggressive. And I would, boy, if it's me.
Yeah, moose are dangerous. They will stomp you.
They will stomp you.
I mean, they'll curb stomp you. They can be mean. And and if this guy, somehow she thought he was a threat to her calves, they'd go after him.
Yeah, and they're super tall. Like when they lift their hoof to strike you, that's at your head level. That's like whomp. Yeah, yep. They're scary. They're definitely scary. Mark Hines wrote the story. He talked to our favorite outdoorsman, not Guy Eastman, Paul Ehrlich, who said, I have no doubt the man, told the story like it is, and these things happen. They've happened to me. I've been scared by moose, and yeah, it's just unfortunate. He said, I'm confident he did everything right. Ehrlich said, it's just the longer you fish, the more chances something like this might be happen to you, which a little bit sad. All right, that wraps us up for a first hour on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Greg, thank you so much. Have a great Wednesday. Get after it. See you tomorrow.
See you later.
All right. All the rest of y'all, thanks so much for making us a part of your morning routine. We got tons more coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The U.S. Senate overwhelmingly passed a landmark cryptocurrency bill Tuesday in a big win for Wyoming Senator Cynthia Lummis, who's been nicknamed the Crypto Queen for her years-long work on digital assets legislation. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that the bill would regulate a category of cryptocurrency called stablecoins, which are fixed to government currencies like the U.S. dollar.
The U.S. Senate, for the first time ever, has passed cryptocurrency legislation, and she's a big reason why. This is huge. It is literally a new system of payment. If this stuff goes through, you might be buying everything that you buy now with money with stablecoins. It is a parallel economy, a parallel financial system. Walmart, Amazon, they are looking to get involved in stablecoins. All the banks, they're looking to get involved in stablecoins. U.S. currency would still exist. It would be just fine, but stablecoins would be an alternative payment.
This is the first major cryptocurrency bill of any kind to ever pass the Senate. It now goes to the House after a bumpy ride to get across the Senate's finish line. The Jackson Town Council on Monday approved the town's largest ever hotel and condo complex, a massive 244,000 square foot development by Mogul Capital. Even slashing its initial plans by about a third, the new mixed-use hotel and condo project will be the largest development in Jackson Town history. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the complex will take up an entire city block of the high-dollar community's prime downtown real estate.
Mogul Capital had proposed that 366,000 square foot mega hotel that sparked a little bit of a furor in Jackson. It's twice the size of Wyoming State Capitol for just reference. So Mogul Capital has gone back to the drawing board. Instead of one big, huge building, it's actually 5 separate, smaller buildings.
The new design includes 109 hotel rooms, 19 long-term residential units, 22 workforce units, 155 parking spaces, as well as a spa, fitness center, restaurant, and 2 rooftop decks. An angler shot and killed a cow moose that he claimed charged him on the North Tongue River near Bear Lodge Resort this weekend. The fisherman said he had encountered the moose at close range in thick willows. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the cow had 2 young-of-the-year calves, which game wardens had to euthanize because they couldn't survive without their mother.
Apparently early Saturday, there was an angler who was charged by a cow moose and shot and killed the moose and at least claimed to the game wards that it was done in self-defense. So I talked to a couple people with different perspectives, and they both said, yeah, moose, especially cow moose, are nothing to trifle with. Wrong set of the circumstances, they can be extremely dangerous. They both said it's just really too bad. The loss of those calves was just really a terrible thing.
Experts say fishing in moose country, particularly going solo, requires keen situational awareness, as moose can be the most dangerous creature on or near the water right now. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, the 2025 National Pony Express Association Re-Ride this year from Sacramento, California to St. Joseph, Missouri, galloped across Wyoming on Tuesday, spending much of the afternoon on Oregon Trail Road through ranch country in Natrona County. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck spoke to riders who had to weather a little rain and hail along the way, just like those who rode 165 years ago.
It was kind of cool because there was a big thundercloud coming in, a little rain, a little hail, and so the riders were able to to experience what the riders did back in 1860 to 61 when they actually carried the mail along that same route. There was a woman from Colorado that was all excited about being able to ride, especially along the Oregon Trail, and she was saying that it was very touching to her, more touching than she thought it was going to be.
The annual Re-Ride, a tradition that began in 1980, tries to trace the same 1,966-mile route that young male riders of the historic Pony Express took between the Missouri and California cities from April 1860 to October 1861. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and the Pony Express is back. As Greg pointed out earlier, this new version of the Pony Express, it's not any faster really than the old Pony Express, but it might be faster than the mail today. Might be. This could be a competition, maybe. Can the Pony Express deliver a parcel of mail from, I don't know, let's say Omaha, Nebraska to Idaho Falls? How long would that take the USPS today using their fancy trucks and airplanes? They got them aeroplanes to bring your mail, your letter. They got a fleet of trucks, and then they got mailmen and mailwomen. How long would it take to get that letter to Grandma from Omaha, Nebraska to Idaho Falls? 3 or 4 days? Could the Pony Express get it there faster? Maybe. It'd be pretty close. 56 total hours across Wyoming. 56 hours. That's like barely over 2 days. I don't know. It'd be close. It'd be like John Henry going up against the steam machine, right? Didn't John Henry... I got to Google it. John Henry, the riveter, he was like pounding, he was building the railroad. John Henry against the mighty steam drill. That's it. My knowledge of history and my knowledge of Star Wars is so sketchy. So sketch. John Henry against the mighty steam drill. John Henry was the fastest steel driving man there was. And he helped build the railroad. Him and about 1 billion Chinese built the railroad. John Henry could drive steel like no other man. But could he drive steel like no other machine? The mighty steam drill came along. The Mighty Steam Drill says we can do it faster with machines. The machine can do it faster than you, John Henry. And he took offense, just like Dwight took offense on The Office when he was told the computer online sales could beat him. And he's like, no way. No computer can beat me selling paper. John Henry said, ain't no mighty steam machine can beat me driving steel. So he went up with a 10-pound hammer, went up against the steel driving machine. Who won? I don't even know. John Henry folklore. His duel against Steam. History tunnel. Well, who won? That's all I want to know. The Ballad of John Henry goes up against the steel. Does anybody know who won? The machine probably breaks down a lot, and John Henry just keeps on hammering. If you know who won John Henry against the machine, 307-999-TALK, 307-999-TALK-8255. Shoot me a text. Tell me who won. Or comment on Facebooks, I guess. Why am I on that? Oh, yeah, the Pony Express. Could the Pony Express, the old way of carrying mail, which it lasted in U.S. history for a short 18 months before the telegraph, could the old way of carrying mail horseback be faster than the new mail? Maybe. Be pretty darn close. The annual Pony Express ride recreates the actual route, or the as close as you can do with today's modern time and highways everywhere, and having to reroute yourself around the big old Walmart and shopping mall every now and then. But the 2025 National Pony Express Association's re-ride is on right now, and it's in Wyoming. They're riding from Sacramento, California, all the way to St. Joseph, Missouri. And they galloped across Wyoming, or are galloping across Wyoming right now. In fact, there's a GPS tracker in the mailbag that these horseback riders are carrying. They're carrying actual mail. Some, I guess, you would have had to volunteer to have your mail carried. And I'm sure it wouldn't have been a hard sell. Here's your choice. Do you want to be a part of history and have your mail carried by the Pony Express riders? And it'll get there about 3 hours faster than it would if you just have it delivered regular old way. Oh, yeah, I'll do the Pony Express way. Wouldn't that be fun? So the GPS tracker says the current mail carrier, the current Pony Express rider right now in real time is right around Glendo, right around Wendover, headed to Guernsey. And they're riding as fast as they can. They're almost to Cottonwood Road, right outside of Wendover. Who is in the Zoom room at this hour? Oh, the First Lady is here. Well, she's a little early. First Lady Jenny Gordon will be on the show in just a bit, but I got to get Don Day in first. So the interactive map showing the Pony Express riders are currently, the latest ping is they're right outside of Wendover, Wyoming, headed for Wendover Road, which will take them then to Guernsey. They should be in Guernsey. I'll bet they're in Guernsey by the time we're done with this show. That's how fast they're going. We'll see. I'll keep an eye on them. Wouldn't that be fun? By the time I'm done with today's show, I'm going to check where the reenactment Pony Express riders are. They're currently on the way to Guernsey, and I'll bet they're in Guernsey in a few hours. They're moving fast. Great story from Dale Killingback that talks about all the folks participating in the re-ride. They've been doing it since 1980. The annual re-ride traces the same 1,966-mile route that used young male riders. Remember have you ever seen the job description posted that was calling for Pony Express riders? Said, must be orphans were recommended. Best if you're an orphan, because mom and dad, you were expendable just in case you ran into hostile Indians or anything else that could have killed you. You had to be young and wiry and pretty light. You had to be like an 85-pound kid who could ride like all get out. That's what they were looking for. And this new reenactment carries the mail the same way, using the same stations where you have fresh horses ready to go, and pretty much in the same amount of time. In fact, they're trying to do it staying to that same time frame. So they're hoping you cover the mileage at a fast trot or a slow lope, and doing it in the same amount of time. They estimate 56 hours total across all of Wyoming. So, yeah, they got to hustle. I'm going to take a quick break now so we can get Don Day in here and the First Lady Jenny Gordon in here. Quick break, and we'll be back with our weather guy, Don Day Weather, after this.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats, or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
And we're back in studio, Cowboy State Daily Show with this guy, Don Day. Day weather forecast. Don, I hate to say, but right now, latest I heard is law enforcement is considering bringing you up on charges for felony assault on a hawk for that hailstorm. Did you see that poor hawk?
Yeah, I did. That was a shame. Hope it can recover.
Dang. What did you do to that thing? Hail, that was in Montana, so it might be out of jurisdiction for you?
Yeah, let's hope so. Yeah, because everybody knows I can control the weather.
Well, the forecasts are too accurate to be guesses, and they're too accurate to even be forecasts. It feels like you are actually making the weather. And you did say severe storms, hail, Wyoming got it. Boy, not like Montana, I guess. They got, what does wildlife do when you bring baseball-sized hail at it?
There's nothing you can do, and people are killed every year by hailstorms in China and parts of the Asian continent where they have hailstorms kind of like we do. At similar latitudes over. So yeah, hail can be deadly, not only for animals, but for people as well. Hail causes quite a few injuries. But yeah, they don't have anywhere to go. When you're out on the plains like that, if you're a hawk, the only thing you try to do is fly out of it, but it's hard to do when you got baseball-sized hail coming down.
Mm-hmm. And these hail is usually the result of these supercells. These are not your average little pop-up isolated thunderstorms. These are supercells. And I saw video and photographs of some in Wyoming. Is that what I see when I see this? They're not funnel clouds, but it is like, it looks like a supercell of something bad.
Yeah, you get a lot of structure to it.
Yeah.
And what'll tend to happen is they tend to be like their own system, and that's why they're so viewable, because they kind of bring in all the air around them and form these very large, very intense thunderstorm cells. And these supercells are a big reason for tornadoes. They're a big reason for the really big hailstorms. Now, any thunderstorm can produce a tornado. Any thunderstorm can produce lightning and hail and heavy rain and all of those things. But the supercells, which are most common east of the Continental Divide, out into the plains, are the most destructive.
They look I see people taking videos of them and they look pretty close to it. Like, do you know which direction they're going? Do you advise people just take photos and video of these they don't?
For those people that go out and chase those things to try to get that $1 million photo, a lot of them are very knowledgeable and they're watching and tracking how things going, but it's dangerous. I mean, the amount of people that go out and chase these storms now is really big, really, really big. But it's not for the faint of heart, because things can change very, very quickly.
The only danger in today's weather forecast statewide is a chance of sunburn. It looks pretty nice today, Don.
Yeah, we're going to hit a stretch here of warm, dry weather here for a bit. The thunderstorms are going to take a few days off. I think everybody's kind of ready for that. But boy, the rain that we had been talking about that was so needed in eastern areas of Wyoming has come in spades and really, really helped out with the drought situation. But I think everybody's kind of ready for a break. And then we await this next frontal system that's going to come in over the weekend into the western part of the state. One thing we'll talk about tomorrow, Jake, is that unfortunately we're going to have a fair amount of wind. It's going to be sunny and warm, but well, I tell you, Friday and Saturday in particular, parts of Wyoming are going to dealing with more wind than you normally would expect in June.
And that's because we got a pretty significant, for real, cold front trying to budge its way in here late weekend, early next week. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, temperatures are going to be pushing 100 degrees in places like Torrington by Friday and Saturday. By Monday, those areas could be 30 or 40 degrees colder.
Golly. All right, Don. Thanks for the forecast. Appreciate it. We'll let you off the hook because that hailstorm was in Montana. But boy, what you're doing to our poor fowls out there is truly foul with a hail. Thanks, buddy. Don Day, day weather forecast. The Cowboy State Daily. Let's get right back to the Zoom room because we've got royalty awaiting. And we're going to talk, we'll see what we're going to talk about as we head back into the Zoom room and pick up this discussion with First Lady Jenny Gordon joining us. First Lady, how are you? How's everything going this Wednesday?
Good morning. Doing great. How about you, Jake?
I'm good. I'm thankful to have no hunger pangs today. I am just, it's terrible to think that 83,000 Wyoming residents struggle with food insecurity daily, and that's not okay with you. That's not okay with anybody at the Wyoming Hunger Initiative. Something you launched when the husband got a job himself running the show here in Wyoming. This is back in October of 2019. You went right into this. So before we talk about the good news of the day on this front, let's go back to 2019 and First Lady Gordon, the husband becomes governor and did right away. Was this on your idea plate to like, I'm going to do something about hunger? I'm launching this, or was it actually before the governorship, right after? When? What was the timeline, and how much was this in your idea space beforehand?
Sure. Well, thanks for asking. I come from a really large family. I have 9 brothers and sisters. And while we did have enough to eat, both of my parents were very food insecure. So that has been in my awareness forever. And when we traveled around campaigning around the state, there were so many people that were doing pantries, that were doing food bags over the weekend for children in school. So as we traveled around during the campaign, I really was alerted to it. And then after we were elected, I traveled the state to really find out more about the problem, so I wouldn't be just coming into it saying, oh, I've got a great idea, let me show you how to do it, when there's people in this space who've been doing it for, some of them for decades.
Yeah, and that's where, the website, the whole organization, and by the way, it's nohungerwyo.org, nohungerwyo.org, where you can get more information, find out what's going on. You're sort of the overarching coordinator, putting together handshakes of folks who are already doing things. Tell me about all the people who are on board that you work with, beginning with our friends, Hughes Charitable Foundation, Wyoming Stock Growers Association. There's so many people involved, and you make sure that all the efforts are all pulling on the rope in the same direction.
Yeah, exactly. There are so many people. I think that the partnerships that you create in Wyoming, period, are so important. That's what we're all about. But the partnerships in this work is really just has to happen, or things won't get done. So we work with, of course, all of the folks who are donors of Hughes Charitable Foundation, Elbogan Foundation, individual donors and corporations. Blue Cross Blue Shield is another huge partner. And then we also work with agencies around the state. There's about 200 folks that are working in this space, whether they're a senior citizen center, a veterans organization, a children's group. Boys and Girls Clubs are huge, as well as pantries in everybody's local community. And so we really work together to network these folks. Some of them were just, a lot of them are volunteers. So if they're actually doing their volunteer work, they don't have time to connect with people as easily when they're doing their hard work and their day jobs. So we help network them, share resources and best practices. And it's amazing what people can do when they're connected with others and lifting up their own community.
We're talking to First Lady Jenny Gordon, who launched Wyoming Hunger Initiative in 2019, been hard at it. Here's a few of the latest things that you've been doing. You've been busy out there. Cheyenne Restaurant Week, I want to talk about that. June 9th, it was on your Facebook. What are restaurants doing in Wyoming to help fight hunger? They got a lot of food and they probably don't use it all.
Well, food rescue is really important, but this was more about really highlighting these organizations that are your local restaurants in your communities in Cheyenne. There's so many great ones. So they came together. A portion of their proceeds from that week were donated to the Hunger Initiative. We received a check from Cheyenne. Restaurant Week for over $5,000. So this is just really amazing and such gratuity for people that really need it.
Just days prior, Warland, June 6th, Produce Safety Alliance, the FSMA grower training. What was that about?
Sure. And that was put on by Wyoming Food Coalition, another one of our great partners who are really lifting up producers to try to get local foods into not only people's hands, but to pantries, to schools. So really important work to have that local produce and beef.
And how about Wyoming Stock Growers Association? You're on a ranch right outside of Buffalo, running some pretty good beef. What's the Wyoming Stock Growers Association? Are you a board member? What role do they play in fighting hunger?
Well, I'm not a board member, but I am a member of the organization, both my husband and I, and we've been for years. It's a great organization that really lifts up cattle producers in our state. But we've partnered with them to get beef into not only pantries, but we do a beef stick program where we get about 7,000 sticks into backpacks over the weekend throughout the state every week in Wyoming, thanks to the donations from the stock grower members and as well as donors who help pay for the processing. And it's done at 307 Meats right here in Wyoming. So you have a Wyoming product that's grown here and processed here and then eaten by our kids in need.
Latest press release, the latest news is Wyoming Hunger Initiative allocating $120,000 in partnership with John Elbogen. Is that how you say it?
Elbogen.
Elbogen Foundation. Yeah, what does that mean? That sounds good.
It is great. So another one of our wonderful partners, that foundation has done great work in early childhood education as well as food insecurity and other spaces in our state. And we have partnered with them for a long time, since the inception of the Hunger Initiative. And when we were at our regional meeting in Rock Springs, we were speaking to people, and there is a lot of need. The need is increased in our state, and there has been cutbacks in different areas. We are not federally funded, but some organizations are. And so this was just a way to lift up those groups that maybe are missing some funds and get it distributed around the state of Wyoming.
I wasn't going to talk about this, but I just saw it in the news, so I wonder if you know anything about it. The Food Bank of Wyoming recently received a donation of 3,000 pounds of emmer. That doesn't sound edible, but it's an ancient wheat. What do you know about that? That sounds pretty neat as well.
It is. And we've partnered with the Food Bank of Wyoming, and they're able to get those grains and they can be turned into flour. There also are some great recipes by an organization called Sensible Nutrition, which is through the University of Wyoming. It is funded through the SNAP education program. And there are educators in all 23 counties, and they teach people literally how to cook on a budget. So it's teaching a man how to fish, not just giving them a fish. And they're a great organization. If you aren't aware of it, please look it up. And it's Sensible Nutrition, and they do a great job.
There are a lot of initiatives, a lot of efforts being made to help fight food insecurity and hunger in general, and it all starts with, in my mind, your initiative, nohungerwyo.org. That's where people should go to learn more and find out. Go there first, find out what First Lady Jenny Gordon is doing. Can we email you, firstlady@wyo.gov? You can probably get so many emails.
We do, but we read every one of them. And I think it's info@wyo.org. So,
all right. Very good. Well, thanks for, I hope, this is something that can continue when the governor goes on to be, president of the United States or whatever's next for the husband, or whether he just goes back to being the rancher outside of Buffalo. But yeah, I hope this thing keeps going because it's sorely needed. Until we get everybody securely fed in Wyoming, we got to keep up the effort.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. If I can just throw this out there, the Hunger Initiative does sit in the Governor's Residence Foundation, but we are turning it into its own 501c3. And we will continue this work. We have so many people who are engaged and who really need this support. And so the work will continue on past this administration.
That's good, because unfortunately, the situation will never go away, or we hope. Let's make it go away. Keep at it. Well, First Lady, thank you so much for doing all that, for everything you do. Tell the husband we said hi, and tell him not to stress too much about being governor. That's probably a lot to think about.
Well, thank you, Jake, and have a great day. Thanks for having us on the show today. It means a lot.
You bet. Thank you so much. Anytime. Let me know if you have anything you need to share with us. Appreciate it. Have a great Wednesday.
All right, you too.
First Lady Jenny Gordon, find her Hunger Initiative online. We told you where to go to learn more. Find out, fight the good fight, nohungeryo.org. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Well, over the weekend, while everybody was out there protesting no kings, or maybe you were attending the Trump parade, or maybe you were just getting away from it all. I don't blame you. You might have missed Cody Roberts' Day. Yes, the first annual Cody Roberts Day in Daniel, Wyoming. All of maybe 24. That might be a stretch. Maybe 12 people celebrating Cody Roberts Day. Everybody in the Green River Bar, which was all 6 of them. Yeah, poor Daniel is getting way more ink than that community deserves. Sublette County is, for the most part, pretty bashful about press. Sublette County could do just fine without any news people sniffing around. They got real folks down there, and certainly Daniel has gotten more than its share of in the news headlines thanks to Cody Roberts, the whole wolf incident. And hopefully this is the final story on it. Hopefully this is the period to the sentence, the end of the Cody Roberts saga. It'll continue in Wyoming how we treat our wildlife and how we treat our wolves in particular, because politically that's not done yet. We're still waiting to see if there'll be any more laws passed concerning wolves. It's legal to hunt wolves in, like 85% of the state. In 15% of the state, a wolf is considered a trophy animal where you have to get a hunt tag or whatever. But in, a great majority of the state, it's legal to kill a wolf on site for no reason. How you do so has been a matter of controversy, thanks to the Cody Roberts incident. And Daniel has become ground zero for the whole controversy. Pro-wolf activists arrived in Daniel on Saturday to protest the state's wolf management policies. They were greeted by a large banner which read, "Welcome to Cody Roberts Day. God bless America, supporting local ranchers." And that was, a big, a big middle finger, a big FU, or as Greg Johnson calls it, that was a top shelf troll. Certainly there to greet the folks with Hogs for Hope. Their second annual ride arrived in Daniel over the weekend, Saturday morning, and the first thing they saw was that banner and little else. There was very few people to even engage with or interact with. According to eyewitnesses we had there, Kristen Combs, one of the event organizers, said there were about 8 total motorcycles, perhaps 35 vehicles in the Hogs for Hope caravan. The town of Daniel, meanwhile, and town is a stretch. I would say it's a dot. It's a junction. Locals in Daniel estimated 15, maybe 20 people tops standing on the front porch of the Green River Bar. That was it. That was all. And everything went cordially. In fact, probably uneventful, probably a big fizzle out, honestly. The Austin, Texas dog trainer and social media influencer Jonas Black, he's the organizer of the counter demonstration, the folks coming from Texas and elsewhere. And when they rode through, it was, kind of a big, air out of the balloon kind of thing. Really not much. The year before, there were some words exchanged, nothing terrible, but both sides had a few things to say. This year, kind of nothing. The crowd smaller than expected, and that's thought to be because everybody was doing the No Kings rally. Although in Sublette County, I don't think there was any No Kings stuff going on at all. I think anyone who might have been concerned about the whole wolf issue was probably just over it at this point. Cody Roberts Day in Daniel, and the protesters encounter kind of a whole lot of nothing, according to Mark Hines. Mark explained it like this. Mark Hines wrote the story anticipating maybe a big brouhaha in Daniel. Not really. It was a no ha-ha.
When pro-wolf activists on the second annual Hogs for Hope ride arrived in Daniel, Wyoming on Saturday morning, they were greeted by a large banner across the front of the Green River Bar declaring Cody Roberts Days. Daniel area resident Roberts has been at the center of a worldwide controversy that exploded over reports that he ran over a wolf with a snowmobile and then captured the animal in February of 2024. So the banner was an in-your-face moment for this small town to those protesting Wyoming's wolf management policies. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines.
Hogs for Hope, that's that motorcycle rally that the gentleman from Texas, he organized one last year, and they ride their motorcycles up and then go through Daniel, kind of in protest to what happened with the wolf there, as well as trying to push for reforms in Wyoming's wolf policy. Last year we were there. It got kind of raucous. This year it was a lot quieter. They kind of buzzed through town, and it sounded as if there were only 15 or so people gathered at the Green River Bar there. The caravan didn't stop. Somebody did put a banner across the top of the Green River Bar saying Cody Roberts Days. Is kind of a snub or a burn or a pushback against what the people in the caravan were trying to promote.
Jonas Black, the organizer of the rally, did say he wore a bulletproof vest while riding his motorcycle through Daniel because of numerous death threats that he'd gotten leading up to this year's Hogs for Hope event.
Yeah, kind of a whole lot of nothing, really, as we get into the Zoom room. Welcome into the conversation this morning. Wednesday, it is Andrew Rossi. Rossi, what's happening?
Oh, I've introduced with a whole lot of nothing. I'm not sure it's the most flattering way to start off the morning.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's get some fanfare for you. There's your usual.
There we go.
Andrew Rossi, a whole lot of something. Actually, you're being sort of punished and reprimanded, you and Donde, for what you done to that poor little hawk.
Hey, I make no claim on what the weather does. I just report it in the aftermath.
Oh, and Don just forecasts it in the foremath. But man, that hawk, that if a picture tells 1,000 words, I mean, what, that poor thing. What does wildlife do, or cattle or anything else, when it hails like that? Wow.
Rushes for cover if it can find it, unfortunately. There's no dodging a hailstorm once it gets your way, as I'm sure many of our vehicles have discovered in the ensuing years.
Yeah. Have you ever had a hail damage claim that you've had to make for an insurance?
I've never made a claim. I probably would have had a claim. I had one really bad hailstorm in Thermopolis that just pummeled my old Nissan. It was terrible.
Really? I've seen hail maybe dime-sized, and that was enough. Like, I can't imagine golf ball, baseball, like, no. Dime size, it hurts. It hurts you, and it gets any bigger than that, and it might do more than hurt. I'm going to share the photo for some folks. I urge you to go there just to see what Andrew Rossi and Donde have done to this poor hawk in Montana. That was pummeled on this ranch. Who were the folks you talked to? The Wickmans?
Yeah, they were branding cattle that day, and they saw the storm cloud coming, so they went to a spot where they could just watch it happen from safety and tore their ranch apart. And then I said that he found multiple dead animals on the property in the aftermath of this storm. Don't know if the hawk made it, because it was alive when he took the photo, but he went back to that spot later and it wasn't there. He didn't see any sign of it. So who knows exactly what happened to it.
Hopefully it dried off and recovered. But the ranchers, they didn't lose any cows. Cows can handle, a certain amount, but it did pummel their hay fields, right?
Yeah, they lost close to 1,000 acres of hayfield, I believe it was, and pasture land too. It just was not it was a devastating storm, which you expect when the hail is the size of cutie oranges, the way he described this, but that's closer to golf ball size. Baseball sized hails reported in Colorado and where it took out many a windshield and car glass.
Dang, Wyoming got its share of hail too. Maybe not as big, but I saw
Yeah,
some
well,
photos.
it's just that time of year. Summer is hail season out here. It's when the temperatures are warming up, but the airs aloft are still cold. So as that air rises, it starts to freeze again. Then the longer it stays in this freezing zone in the clouds, the bigger your hailstones get. So you want it to be quick, otherwise you're going to have that giant size hail crashing down on you.
Hmm. All right, let's go up to Yellowstone, another place that Andrew Rossi likes to hang out and write about, knows a lot about. The Hayden Arch Bridge west of Cody, going 100 years old, and it serves a pretty crucial purpose for people wanting to get into the park. What's going on with the Hayden Bridge?
Well, it did serve a crucial purpose. It was built along the old black and yellow highway, or yellow and black highway, depending on how you like to look at it. But either way, it was designed to carry people from Cody to the east entrance of Yellowstone, across the Shoshone River and the Shoshone Canyon. And it served that purpose for about 40 years until they rerouted the road and blasted the tunnels that anyone who's driven in the Cody area is aware of by the Buffalo Bill Dam. So the bridge is still standing. It now serves it's a pedestrian bridge, it's a pathway for people, but it's also a bridge used by the Bureau of Reclamation so they can get transformers and critical equipment to the hydropower plants that they have in Shoshone Canyon related to the Buffalo Bill Dam. So now that we're approaching its 100th anniversary, because it was dedicated on June 21st, 1925, and Cody's planning to replicate that ceremony again 100 years later on the same day at the same time, because that's how you do these things. The Bureau of Reclamation is looking into a permanent alternative to the bridge because it's lost its carrying capacity over the years, as you expect with any structure, but they need the infrastructure in place so they can continue doing what they need to do. So they're pursuing, I think the cost was around $17 million to get a new project going so they can build a new road and a new bridge and keep the Hayden Arch Bridge in place.
The span of bridges engineers are most concerned with is the lifespan, and this is 100 years for this bridge. That's pretty good.
That's not bad at all.
Man, to last that long, it's some pretty good build right there. It's a cool looking bridge. I can't believe it wasn't a bit compromised by, remember all that flooding a couple years ago? Was it 2023 that north part of the park got hit? That wasn't affected?
Yeah, 2022. And yet the flooding really wasn't that bad in Cody. I know because I was in Cody at the time. It was bad at the north entrance and the northeast entrance, and there were some other spots where it flooded the road in places, but stuff that could be easily cleared away, not the devastating destruction that we saw. And that was over 3 years ago now that all that happened. But yeah, in Cody, really not that much to talk about. I remember watching all that happen from afar and just kind of wondering, just like, well, is that coming our way? But no, we didn't really get much of anything. I mean, we've been flooded before, but nothing as a result of the 2022 floods.
Yeah, the gateway town that got hit was Red Lodge. That was pretty bad there. Let's go to Grand Teton National Park. I see this lake all the time. I've been there. I know how popular it is. Taggart Lake and the trail to it is heavily visited by tourists. The parking lot woefully inadequate and small. It needs to keep up with the crush of people that want to go experience Taggart Lake. And it looks like a little bit of money is getting put into the effort to give it an upgrade.
Yeah, it's one of the many microgeographic upgrades that are being discussed in Grand Teton and Yellowstone National Parks, which is something that both Chip Jenkins and Ham Shawley have spoken about, which I think is really interesting, that instead of waiting several years for massive amounts, multi-million-dollar projects, even though Taggart Lake is a multi-million-dollar project, but instead of doing big infrastructure things, they're thinking about how they can work in smaller doses on smaller projects that aren't as flashy and aren't as transformative as some of those big projects, but they do have a big impact on the visitor experience and visitor flow and everything like that. So Taggart Lake hasn't had any meaningful improvements in decades. So the Grand Teton National Park Foundation is partnering with the National Park Service to do around $8.5 million worth of upgrades at Taggart Lake, which includes an expanded parking lot, a new visitor plaza with running water and bathrooms, and then improving the trails so that they're universally accessible. So anybody can get access to those trails, regardless if they have any mobility issues or disabilities.
These smaller projects, that does make sense. Taggart Lake, a small project, but a big difference. Leslie Madsen's been killing it, man, with the foundation. She's been doing it for a long time, like 17 years. And yeah, that's some useful money, useful project, as well as Molten Barn and the whole Mormon Row getting a little bit of love as well. So yeah, I love to see that.
Yeah, and it's great stuff because it gives people a better experience while they're at these places, and then it makes it a little bit easier for everyone to traverse those spots. Because, as I'm sure you've experienced before, sometimes you go to spots in Grand Teton National Park. Jenny Lake comes to mind, and you're just driving around in circles for a long time trying to find a spot to park, and you might just finally give up and park off the side of the road, and that's not ideal. So by doing these microgeographic upgrades, they can maybe not solve the problem entirely, but certainly improve the experience and the infrastructure that's in an area so that you don't have as many of those problems, at least as consistently.
Little things go a long way. Little amenities like somewhere to park, somewhere to pee. That's what people need most of all. We're not talking.
$8.5 million is a lot easier to get than $150 million for a bigger project. So there's going to be a lot of I imagine we're going to be hearing about a lot of these microgeographic projects in both Yellowstone and Grand Teton as the years progress. They're going to pursue big projects, but in the meantime, these smaller ones that can be done with smaller amounts of money on a shorter time frame, that's going to be more of a focus because it can have a big impact on how people enjoy and experience the parks.
Why would a rancher want to paint his cattle to look like a zebra? Maybe he's been reading the latest studies from Japan. Tie it all together for us, Andrew.
So yeah, there's been a lot of debate about why the zebra got its stripes. I know it's a strange place to start, but bear with me. So it's been discussed for camouflage, for mating, sexual identification, all that sort of thing. But the consensus based on numerous studies, most recent one I found was from 2022, is that zebras have stripes because it reduces the frequency of biting flies. They swarm less, they land less, they bite less. In 2019, a team of Japanese scientists decided to test this theory by painting Japanese black cows with a zebra stripe pattern and then monitoring how often flies landed on them and then how often the the cows reacted defensively. And what they found is a zebra painted cow had 50% less flies landing on it, and then its defensive behaviors decreased enormously. So tail flicks and skin twitches, that sort of thing, they didn't do that as often. So their conclusion was that yes, stripes do deter biting flies, and it can be proven by painting stripes on cattle. And they promoted that as an alternative to using pesticides to control flies. You just paint your cows with stripes. Wyoming ranchers don't deny the science, which I think is really interesting. They acknowledge that, yes, if we did have striped cattle, that would reduce flies, and maybe we wouldn't have to have the pesticide ear tags or the other methods that they use to curtail pests like that. But it's just not practical to paint all your cows. We're talking about herds of several thousand cattle, and then you have to apply your artistic skills to paint them with zebra stripes, and who knows how long those are going to last. So it's not a practical solution. Although one rancher I spoke to said that he wouldn't be surprised if in the future cows might be bred to be born with natural zebra stripes. I mean, anything's possible in the world of genetic engineering. And if this is a proven thing, then that could be the future of cattle ranching. But it's not a practical solution at the moment because those stripes are going to have to be painted.
Yeah, that would be a lot of work. And unlike in Japan, the cows are spread out over many, many, many acres. It only takes the next hailstorm to wash the stripes right off of them. Thanks, Don
it's
Day.
worth noting that the Japanese black cows are one of the Wagyu, or however you say it, different pronunciation, but those are the fancy cattle. They live a lot of their life indoors with special feed and everything, so they're not the free-range, roaming, grass-fed cattle that are throughout much of Wyoming. So trying to manage that kind of herd is difficult enough, let alone making sure they have sufficient zebra stripes painted on them. So just not a practical solution, but it's a solution that works, and it's a natural solution that wouldn't require as many pesticides. So it's interesting stuff at the very least.
Andrew Rossi, always with interesting story ideas. Crazy. Thanks, Andrew. Have a fantastic Wednesday.
You too, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues after the top of the hour break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Carbon County Sheriff Alex Bakken had just finished a meeting Monday night with emergency dispatchers in Saratoga when he jumped in his car and saw an alert for 3 17-year-old hikers lost on Medicine Bow Peak. The mountain, the highest in the Snowy Range, lies about 35 miles west of Laramie, and it was also 35 miles southeast of where Bakken was. Knowing his deputies were busy, the sheriff told Cowboy State Daily's Justin George that he decided to drive out to the mountain, set up a command post, and wait for search and rescue members to show up.
It was just him and another person, and they decided to hike up themselves at 8:30. So in full uniform, he went up with the flashlights, pretty steep trail, lots of snow. It took them well over an hour, but they found them and they reached them. The stranded teens were apparently using their cell phone in order to create a signal that they were able to see. And so the sheriff and this other volunteer then hiked down the mountain with them and were able to sort of get them into search and rescue vehicles to get them back safely.
The teens had started their hike at about noon, but had drifted far off the trail trying to detour around deep snow. Bakken said they'd been smart enough to not hike alone, but hadn't planned to be out on the mountain at night. All three were wearing shorts, and the temperature was dropping into the 40s. When pro-wolf activists on the second annual Hogs for Hope ride arrived in Daniel, Wyoming on Saturday morning, they were greeted by a large banner across the front of the Green River Bar declaring Cody Roberts Days. Daniel area resident Roberts has been at the center of a worldwide controversy that exploded over reports that he ran over a wolf with a snowmobile and then captured the animal in February of 2024. So the banner was an in-your-face moment for this small town to those protesting Wyoming's wolf management policies. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines.
Last year we were there. It got kind of raucous. This year it was a lot quieter. They kind of buzzed through town, and it sounded as if there were only 15 or so people gathered at the Green River Bar there. The caravan didn't stop. Somebody did put a banner across the top of the Green River Bar saying Cody Roberts Days. It's kind of a snub or a burn or a pushback against what the people in the caravan were trying to promote.
Jonas Black, the organizer of the rally, did say he wore a bulletproof vest while riding his motorcycle through Daniel because of numerous death threats that he'd gotten leading up to this year's Hogs for Hope event. When Wyoming lawmakers met Tuesday in Casper for the first of 4 meetings to recalibrate the way the state funds public education in light of inflation and school districts' needs, some of the most vocal attendees urged Wyoming to train up plumbers, welders, and tourism industry workers. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that some speaking for Wyoming's blue-collar sectors said schools aren't filling employers' massive needs for workers.
One of the people speaking to this end just rattled off like hundreds, in some cases thousands of jobs needed in construction and welding and all of these areas.
The educators who attended those panels also spoke of inadequate funding and the need for career and technical education, or CTE, resources at the middle school level, as much of that kind of learning starts at that age. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous at 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
A surge of supercell thunderstorms over the last week have pummeled Wyoming, Montana, and Colorado with golf ball to baseball-sized hail that obliterated windshields, tore pieces off of homes, and killed wildlife. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that a thunderstorm in southeast Montana caused widespread destruction Monday, but that was after a major hailstorm Saturday put even wildlife in harm's way.
The photo that we use in the story, which is that poor hawk that was grounded with broken feathers after a hailstorm, that was in central Montana on Saturday. And then on Monday, southeastern Montana got up to 8 inches of hail. But this is hail season. As Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day put it, hail's like wind. We're just in an area that's geographically and climatically inclined to have a higher frequency of these things in high amounts.
Day said there was a significant amount of 1 to 2 inch hail reported in Douglas and Converse County northeast of Cheyenne this weekend, as well as in parts of Goshen County near Torrington. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me, and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just was hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at soundidouttogether.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday, and that must mean it's Claire McFarland time. It is. Claire, we got to start out with a story that has more questions than answers, and that's why we need you. Here's how I'm going to tell the story, and then you can tell it with the facts, all the boring facts. There's a liquor store in Wheatland that apparently is not open ever, yet it's fully stocked. Talk about entrapment. If I'm a defense lawyer, I'd be like, my client just couldn't help himself. There's a whole bunch of booze in this building and it's never open. And some dude was breaking into it. Initially a burglary. Initially we thought, not we, Cowboy State Daily, but other media thought there was a murder, some burglary in a Wheatland liquor store. Some guy found bloody, beaten, unconscious, or dead. There's a British national, some Brit, and there's a girlfriend involved. And man, I've already lost track of what's happening.
Yeah. This is how to do this ride without getting on a high horse.
I don't know.
This is why police transparency matters, right?
Yeah,
because confusion breeds inaccuracy. Okay, so what was it? Monday, like I followed up on this happened overnight Saturday, close to midnight-ish around then. They find the guy with the bloody nose out wandering the streets. He's got some alcohol that's not sold locally. And so they're like, hey, and so the cop puts it together along with a blood trail. Oh, that must be from the shuttered liquor store where you can get hooch that strong. And so they go to the liquor store, find the door broken, find a guy, agonal breathing, it was the phrase, head injuries, sounds serious. So yeah, I mean, if nothing else, the story goes up, people start praying for him. And the police were, early Sunday, like, these roads are closed, period. There's an investigation, period. And then Sunday they do a thing like, I think it was Sunday or Monday. No, early Monday, they do a thing like the local news got it wrong and reported there was a murder that was less than accurate. But then they didn't confirm whether the guy was alive or dead. And so I'm like, it's kind of irregular for agency not to even confirm whether the victim has died or not. That's irregular as far as law enforcement agencies go, and maybe they have their own reasons. So that's why I warned about the high horse. Like maybe there's some investigative reason that I have not divined because I don't know everything.
You don't?
That would make it important to not tell the public whether the person is alive or dead. So anyway, I found the court doc on Tuesday morning, and I was able to put everything together and find a friend of the guy, his girlfriend's mom. And she was distraught and not wanting to give an interview, but she was willing to confirm on the record he's alive.
Kane Rutherford is alive.
Yeah. Well, it was when I talked to the family friend yesterday.
Yeah.
As of now, I have no idea anything with this case
Yeah.
beyond what I've written.
Here's what we do know. Kane Rutherford, we believe, is alive, although kind of busted up. Destiny Parker was able to share that info. There's a girlfriend that may have something to do with it. Marcus Gallegos.
No, I don't know that she has anything to do with the case. I know that he has a girlfriend whose mother was willing to talk to me, albeit briefly, but I don't have any indication that she was anywhere near the scene or the incident or had anything to do with it. I think that his loved ones are worried sick right now is what I do think is the extent of their involvement.
So Marcus Gallegos is the one in custody and looking at aggravated burglary. He had bottles of booze from this closed liquor store, but is he the reason why poor Kane Rutherford is all beat up?
I think the court doc says he admitted that they had gotten into an altercation. Obviously everything is alleged at this point because the case is ongoing and in fact is still at the preliminary level. But yeah, aggravated burglary, it's a really, it's a fascinating charge. It's a felony within a felony. So if you're going to convict a guy on this, you got to show that he broke into a structure to commit a felony inside of it. Now that can range from I kicked down the door of my girlfriend's house to kill her, from I opened a vehicle to steal an unloaded .22 rifle that doesn't even work because stealing a gun is a felony in Wyoming, no matter the gun's value, which is very Wyoming. It's also a felony to steal livestock, no matter the livestock's value. So Wyoming, do not touch our guns or our livestock.
That much we know. All right, we can take that to the bank. All right, Claire. And then there was also this whole thing of like, why is a liquor store closed? I think the owner of the property even came by, saw the police tape and said, I own this. Is there anything I should know? And the cop's like, nope.
So not the owner of the liquor store, but the owner of a nearby business.
Oh, okay.
And the police shut him out too. I don't know. I wish I knew. Wow. Sometimes you got to run on faith. Like sometimes I found out later, like, oh, there was a legit investigative reason that I was not told this. And I find that out later.
Yeah.
But more often it breaks like 75-80% of the time it breaks that there was not, at least from the view of the press, which of course favors transparency. So you got to take it in conjunction with other views.
Yeah. And sometimes, small law enforcement, small town law enforcement has not learned to trust or develop a relationship with media. They may bristle with media or they may be legitimately overwhelmed with a case like this. Like this is a lot for, Wheatland PD to figure out maybe. So
yeah. And sometimes that's not the case. It's not the case here, but sometimes. So not the case here from what I can see, but sometimes the local agency prefers its local paper. They're like, no, I want to talk to the guy that is here, like the guy that is always here, the guy that knows everyone here and has those sensitivities. And which I don't see here again, that I respect.
Yeah.
That I'm like, okay, I get that. I'm from paper. That's my journalistic upbringing, is in paper, and I actually admire that.
Yeah, same. One thing I think we can agree on, that probably Wyoming needs more welders. The world needs more people that make stuff, fix stuff. And we certainly, lawmakers heard an earful the other day about, trade schools, tech schools, get folks ready for like a real workforce. What did you learn from these 2-day meetings in Casper?
Yeah. So today is day 2. I have not tuned in yet, but I will. Hold on, Jake. I think I have to burp.
Oh, yeah. Well,
okay, I'm muted for that.
That's why there's mute.
Yeah, you didn't need to hear the tenor of that. Today is day 2. Recalibration is really dull. So what they're doing is they're taking every component of education, what it takes to educate, and they're like, how much does this cost? How much does this cost? It's supposed to be cost driven, which is, different. Usually you don't, you run your, usually if you're running a business, it's budget driven. Like, this is how much we have to spend, so this is what we can accomplish right now. But Wyoming education is the opposite, as per multiple court rulings, that it's cost driven. So what they do is they take and they crunch how much everything costs, and then they report back to the legislature, okay, here's how much you got to spend. Even then, when the legislature does a big block grant, like this district gets so many millions, the districts can, this flexibility is probably warranted. The districts can like pull from the ascribed categories to pad areas that they want to and scrimp on others. Excuse me.
Let's go to your other beat, which is entomology. I had no idea, but I was so happy that, when you're eyeball deep in courts and crimes and criminals and all that you got to take a little break and go chase lightning bugs. Well, that must have been nice. They
gotta, yeah.
That was a cool story. And it was cool for you to go get a UW entomologist who was also kind of surprised that, hey, we got fireflies in Wyoming. It's pretty rare.
Yeah, I think he was a tiny bit jealous and stoked. He was a bundle. He was a lot of fun. So what happened? So photographers saw lightning bugs near Claremont and did a stacked photo compilation showing the comet-shaped darts against the indigo night sky, very picturesque. And he was willing to give me an interview. And the entomologist I talked to, Doug Smith, was like, whoa, what the crap? That's so cool. But what I have found in this is that there's apparently a heated controversy over whether to call them lightning bugs or fireflies.
Oh.
And I did not, and I briefly used fireflies in the story, but lightning bugs dominates. And that's because my mama, she's from out of state. On my dad's side, I've been here since forever, Wyoming. But on my mom's side, she's from farther south, and she calls them lightning bugs, and she has memories of watching them. So I always knew them as that. But I guess some people, I don't have to find the exact regional split where you're allowed to say lightning bugs and you're allowed to say fireflies, but that's the source of the debate, is regional.
Huh. I use them interchangeably, but we're talking about the same thing, right? There's only one bug that lights up.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, whatever. Didn't mean to stir up controversy. I thought it was a really cool story, and it's neat to know there are lightning bugs and or fireflies somewhere in Wyoming every now and then.
Yeah, I would love to see them. That would be great.
There's nothing to make of this, is there? But I'm interested in how you found out. But the Moorcroft man who's accused of touching young girls in church inappropriately has a brother in Minnesota who did the same thing. It's weird.
I had a tip. And I followed up on it. And that's all there is to that. Yeah, that one. Oh yeah. Okay. So into the now we gotta tone it down from fireflies to
Sorry to bring you back there.
So the news ethics decisions come into play here, right? For the first story, I did not out the church by name because I was like, it's not the church's fault, like this guy. But there were people, I think at least one person in the comments under that story just going nuts. Like, what church is it? We churched in Moorcroft during that era. Like, what church is it? You have to tell me. And the other commenters came to her rescue and like plastered the comment section with the church's name. So it was out there. And so for the second story, with it being the same denomination, though across the country, and it already being out there, I was like, okay, we gotta name the church. They weren't able to comment in time for that story, but they did issue a comment yesterday that I've not yet published or roped in anything, saying that they're praying for all those involved. The church did, I meant.
Yeah, I don't, and again, it's just interesting to note the similarities, same denomination, certainly I would think it's no fault of church. It's not like this kind of thing happens in this denomination of church, and it's not like this kind of thing happens because it's part of your DNA, where two brothers would do the same things. Like, it's just crazy, unfortunate. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, how about the intruder that was shot by an 85-year-old man? I remember when you did this story originally, man's banging on the door, and a guy in Riverton, the homeowner in Riverton, lets him in, regrets it. I should have never opened the door, he thought. And this gets into a altercation, and even the intruder says, "Oh, you got a gun, huh? Well, go ahead and shoot me," after the gun misfired, or I guess he didn't have one racked in the chamber. So the shooting happens, and now this guy, the intruder, wants to go ahead and plead and say, "Yeah, that was me, drunken mistake." But you can't plead guilty if you're blackout drunk and you don't even remember it happening. What is this gonna?
So Jeremy Murda, quite young, and I remember him being kind of gentle and soft spoken in court. But he, okay, so I remember back in August, Riverton Police Department being like, there was an incident in this area where this happened, and so they didn't narrow it down to address. So I just started knocking on all the doors in the neighborhood, and eventually ended up talking to like Wayne Williams in his 80s. And I've interviewed him twice in person. He was great to interview, but he just told me like, well, he tried to get it in. I had my gun. It didn't fire the first time. We wrestled. We tumbled down the stairs, and those concrete stairs. Like, I'm looking at him like, oh crap! And then I fired into the dark and hit him. And so it was outlandish. It was wild at the time, and I didn't know who the younger guy was. I had no idea. And then of course I was hanging around court in March and caught his preliminary hearing months later when he'd recovered enough to attend court. But yeah, so as to by all accounts, pretty much by Wayne's account, by court documents, and I think all accounts, he was very, very, very drunk and not situationally aware. And so the thing about pleading guilty is you got to confess in court. You got to say, these are the things that I did that satisfy the definition of this this crime to which I'm admitting. It has to be a fit. But no contest, the court can accept that factual basis another way, like from the affidavit or prosecutor's account, whatever. But he doesn't demand a confession of you. And so even though he agreed to plead guilty in his plea agreement that offers probation and a deferral, in court, I guess they decided like, I don't think he can form a confession that would be a fair get for us.
Well, I hope today's news includes for you a chance to catch up with some other bug. Grab a butterfly net and go out and do that or something.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to do that, huh?
You need a little bit of a break. Thanks, Claire, for sharing the news.
Bye.
Claire McFarland on the show. We're going to get Anna Louise in here in a moment. And she'll drop some knowledge on us as well. Let's take a quick break in the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Yeah, getting back to it, the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Anna Louise joins the conversation. Anna, hi. It's so good to see you.
Good to see you.
Good to hear you. And it took this story to go corral you, rope you into the Cowboy State Daily.
I know. Why is it taking so long?
I don't know. I don't know. But you were on my radar. Now you're way on the radar. Holy cow. I love this. Okay. I love this story. This Italian, I mean, the last place you would think you would find Carhartts or a pair of Wranglers and a pearl snap shirt is in Italy in the Adriatic coast. Now, were you there?
Yeah, I was there. So I experienced this in the way that you might if you were visiting. I just happened to be walking down the street and saw the giant bison, of the Wyoming state flag on the side of a building. And I was like, what is that?
Seriously, like, that's the best way to come across it. I mean, there's no,
no clue. Yeah, right. No clue.
It's total, like, whoa.
Yeah. And to be fair, I don't even think if I would have Googled Wyoming connections in that part of Italy, it would have even come up because it's not really a Wyoming connection. So yeah, it was very happenstance.
Oh man. All right, now so the first thing you saw was the exterior, and I think you have a photo of it. I'm looking through the story. It was outside. There's a big Wyoming flag, and you're like,
yeah.
Was it a double, triple take? Like that's everyday Wyoming. You don't even think about it, but you're like, wait a minute, I am in Italy.
Right. Right. And to be fair, I'm based in Montana. It would be even a little bit unusual to see that in Montana, right? I mean, we don't necessarily have state flags from other states. So, my first inclination was it looks exactly. I mean, whoever painted it did a phenomenal job, but
yeah.
I wondered like maybe it's something different. Maybe there's something over here that's a very similar design, but there's also American flags and a bunch of Trump flags. So, I mean, it was very clearly like American centric.
Yeah.
In the store. So yeah, I mean, it didn't take too long to figure out it was indeed a Wyoming flag.
Wow. And so you probably very smartly, very quickly thought, time to go to work. Get out my reporter notepad. I have got to learn more about this. Carlo Ricci is the dude. And this guy, I'm amazed at what this guy has been able to amass. And not only have the stuff collected like a half museum, half retail store, but like he really seems to get it, man. I'm looking at him and I'm hearing him. He barely speaks English. How did that go, by the way? The whole interview.
This was a difficult interview because my Italian is very base level. So I walked into the store. I walked in the store once and just asked him, I said something about Wyoming, and I could tell his English was not very strong and my Italian is not very strong. So I mentioned it to, Jimmy and the guys at Cowboy State Daily, and they said, no, you have to do it. So a few days later, I had to build up a little mental courage. I walked back in with my phone and I had written out a message that just said, hi, I'm a reporter for a publication in Wyoming. I'd love to interview you. I think our readers would be interested to know why you have so many Wyoming flags. I showed it to him and he said, okay. I mean, it was just as simple as that. And so then there is Google Translate where you can speak and it translates in real time, but it wasn't working for me or I haven't really used it before. So I just did very simple typed questions and showed him the phone. He would often repeat back the questions, and then a lot of questions I asked him were yes, no. I also did record him, and so I could go back later and figure out some of what I was missing.
Yeah.
I can understand more than I can speak. So, and then I had someone who knows Italian much better than me listen to it and pointed me in the direction for a few things I was wrong about. So yeah, that was an interesting interview.
So, Italians, there's a lot of history behind Italians being attracted to the West, the American West, and Westerns. The spaghetti Westerns. There's, what was that Italian director that made all those Western movies?
Sergio Leone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a fascination there built into the DNA of Italians.
Yeah.
They love spaghetti and Westerns. I'm half Italian. My grandmother was born.
Oh, okay.
So I could see that, but this guy, he's never been over here, right? He's never been to Wyoming, much less America at all.
I've never been to America, never seen a bison in real life. He did tell me he's Mormon, so he showed me something on the wall so he knew Salt Lake and Utah from that. But he grew up. It sounds like he grew up watching John Wayne probably from a fairly young age, and so that seems to be what got him hooked on the American West, and he just has not given up that love. He turns 80, I think, in a couple of weeks. He turns 80 this year.
Oh, wow. He doesn't look it. He looks young.
I know.
Young.
I told him that.
Oh, that's good Italian living. Jack and Gill is the name of the store.
Yeah, he says it Jill, so it's a little confusing. I think it's but it is Jill. He says it Jill, but it is spelled like Gill.
which makes sense. Jack and Jill, yep, the store. And he's got stuff in it. I mean, seriously, that you would see anywhere in Montana or Wyoming, I guess, except for, can we please deal with the elephant in the room, which is John Wayne's underpants? For real?
They're very large. I mean,
They're
I do
huge.
believe John Wayne was quite a large man, but yeah, he has this framed pair of tidy whities. And it says they were owned by John Wayne. I think I saw the price tag on them was 150 euros. And so that would maybe be like $175, which seems kind of low. I don't know. I don't know if there's a market for John Wayne underwear, to be fair, but.
Anna, how did you not jump at that? I mean, you could have expensed it, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Dukes Dookies, man. Oh, it was a lost opportunity, but I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad we did get a story out of it. Oh man,
Yeah, he's a character. He was so kind with his time, especially I think, if you consider if you were in the US and someone came in speaking another language and asked to interview you in another language, I'm not sure a lot of Americans would be game for that. And so the fact that he just said, "Oh, sure," and showed me around the store. He knows a lot about Wyoming because he knows it through the bison, but he has a pin on his hat. He has license plates. He has something from Jackson Hole. So he knew the things that were connected to Wyoming, which was also really endearing.
Yeah, he does have. It does seem to have a pretty good working knowledge. That's what I'm saying. Like, for a guy who's never even been to America, he's rocking the Diamond Cross Ranch Jackson Hole shirt. Like, I'm at that ranch all the time. I'm like, how is that over there in Italy?
Yeah. Yeah. And he had spurs on his boots.
Oh man. No way.
Yeah.
Oh, I love this guy. I want to take him home, or I at least want to have dinner with him. He is cool. So do you have did you have a contact now? You're back in Montana. Where are you right now?
No, I'm still in Italy, actually. I'm in Turin right now.
No way. What time is it there?
Yeah.
You had to figure out the time.
Oh no, yeah, that's fine. It's like 4:30 in the afternoon.
I'm so jealous. All right, so make sure you get an email, phone, because, I mean, I can't speak for Jimmy and the whole operation at Cowboy State Daily, but we got to send him some swag that he can sell. I mean, what a cool dude.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I told him, I sent him the story yesterday by email. I sent him a translated message. I have not heard back from him, but I did tell him the name of the publication was Cowboy State Daily because he uses the word cowboy also. So I think he was excited when he saw that.
Oh man!
But yeah, no, I bet he would. Yeah, he would be really excited about some Cowboy State Daily. I don't even have a hat. I need to get a hat.
Right. All right. Well, we gotta hook him up. How nice of that. Yeah. And I'm just surprised. Even when you think you're on, and you're, I'm assuming not working. You're in Italy, just trying to enjoy.
Well, I'm kind of working.
Oh, just trying to enjoy Italy, and then here's this. That is just so crazy. You just never know. It's a small world. And
yeah, I heard from a reader too that I guess used to vacation there when he was a kid, and he had never seen the store. So that's kind of interesting. He's from Gillette.
Yeah. Wow, that's crazy. All right. We got to make this regular, Anna. I mean, not the fact that you're going to run into Wyoming, somewhere internationally, but we have to make this regular. I enjoy all your stuff. Nothing like this, though. This is crazy, and this is fun. Have a great time. What do they say in Italy?
Arrivederci.
Arrivederci.
Or ciao. Yeah.
Ciao.
All right. Thank you, Jake.
Ciao, Bella. All right.
Bye.
Wow. Anna Louise Jackson joining us, and the story about the lost cowboy. Never been to Wyoming, never been to America, yet if you go in his shop, Jack and Jill, in Italy on the Adriatic coast, you would swear you have stepped into the American West. He's got a lot of stuff for purchase, half museum, half retail store, and it's It is Americana, Wyoming at its best. Wow. He just captures it, the whole thing. Love it. Love that story. We got more stories coming up, more stuff coming up, so don't go anywhere. Thanks for spending your Wednesday with us. Take a quick break on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy. Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Yeah, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back from break. And let's get into this day in history. It's June 18. Let me take you back to 1859. I remember it like it was yesterday. Captain W.F. Reynolds, the first of his 3 military expeditions to pass through Jackson Hole, would launch on this day from St. Pierre, South Dakota. They were looking to explore the upper Yellowstone, Gallatin Valley, the Madison River, stuff like that. Reynolds was, of course, behind the expeditions, early expeditions of Yellowstone National Park, you know, the first white guys to report on what they found in Yellowstone, other than John Coulter and some trappers. And first formal expedition to go through Jackson Hole back in 1859. And of course, they had with them a photographer or painter, right? Reynolds Expedition, I want to say, I mean, what did they have photography back then? I know he had a painter and Reynolds because there's some famous paintings of the day. Reynolds Expedition painter was, what's his face? The famous, had topography. Yeah, of course, they were mapping everything they did. Anton Schönborn, I believe, was the painter attached to the expedition. William F. Reynolds, the Army engineer, guided by Jim Bridger, of course. Bridger knew the American West like the back of his hand. And they went to confirm reports that there was a place called Yellowstone, a place called Coulter's Hell, that had trees that were forever frozen in time. In other words, petrified trees that had the ground burbling and gurgling and burping in different places, making noise. They had bubbling cauldrons and shooting steam into the sky. Stuff you just like, okay, John Coulter, you might have been out in the mountains a little too long. Time to take a nap. And why don't you retire in St. Louis and we'll go check this stuff out. And so, yeah, they confirmed all the craziness that was going on in Yellowstone. They must have been dazzled by what they saw in Jackson Hole. Can you imagine being one of the first to lay eyes on this valley before it was developed, before what it's turned into now? Jackson Hole. Oh, my. That must have been pretty neat. Photographer. Let me see if they had a photographer back then. In 1859, the Reynolds Expedition. James Hutton was appointed as the topographer. He was the guy who had to make sure they had it all mapped out where they were going, at a salary of $120 a month. Boy, that doesn't seem like much, but just to get to see everything. James Hutton was topographer and also assistant artist and photographer. Boy, as if he didn't have enough to do. And the official principal photographer was, was Jackson. Henry Jackson, I want to say. I can't remember his first name, but he's got some great old photos of Jackson Hole. That's not how Jackson Hole got its name, by the way. Not from the photographer Jackson. It comes from Davy Jackson. Photographer Jackson. What was his first name? This is way harder than it needs to be. Reynolds Expedition photographer. I forgot why I'm even on this topic now. Photographer. It just says James Hutton. Anton Schoenberg was the artist and map maker. Topographer was James Hutton, who also handled the photography. Okay. Anyway, this day in history, Captain William F. Reynolds Expedition, the first of three, would launch this day, 1859, out of Fort Pierre, South Dakota. Good luck, Captain, as he left Fort Pierre this day in history. 1893, the Sheridan Inn opened for the first time. Sheridan's going to factor in to this day in history again in a moment, but in 1893, the Sheridan Inn first opened its doors. In 1907, on this day, the first train would arrive in Centennial, where today there is a train museum. So this day, 1907, first train arrival in Centennial. This day in 1961, let's go back to Sheridan. Opening for the first time to the public was the Bradford Brinton Memorial Museum. The Brinton Museum still open today in Sheridan, right? This day, 1976, J.C. Penney home, the home of J.C. Penney in Kemmer, listed in the National Register of Historic Places. J.C. Penney was a real guy, and he started his novel concept of a store in Kemmer, Wyoming. The store itself still there, the flagship store right there on the triangle in Kemmer, and that's in the National Register of Historic Places. So too is the home of Mr. J.C. Penney, added on this day in 1976. And this day in 1990, the Gap-Poochie Cabin near Jackson, Wyoming, was added to the National Register of Historic Places. The Gap-Poochie Cabin is still there today. The plaque, I think, has been stolen off. Last time I went, somebody had taken the plaque off it. But it's still there, although I think it is going to be moved. In fact, it may have been moved. I haven't gone back there in maybe a couple of years. And the whole cabin may have been moved, but it's up there in the Grove on 1990. Gap-Poochie Cabin added to the National Register of Historic Places. All these things happen on this day in history. It's June 18th. It's time to rodeo with the Western Ag Network.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network. Today, two-time PRCA Announcer of the Year, Anthony Lucia, shares more about his travels with his award-winning dad, who was one of the great contract acts in all of professional rodeo. He had two acts, Whiplash the Cowboy Monkey and a horse act. Anthony talks about his dad's horse act on the Roadshow next.
Growers across the region have successfully planted another Molson Coors barley crop, and before too long, combines will be rolling through the golden-ripe fields. Hi, this is Justine Paxton, a fourth-generation farmer from Basin, Wyoming. Bill Coors coined the phrase, barley is to beer as grapes are to wine, and he's right. That's why Molson Coors uses Moravian barley, a variety bred to be one of the highest quality and best yielding varieties available. We are proud to raise barley for Molson Coors, a company known for always supporting farmers in rural America.
This is Rachel Gable at Western Ag Network. Ag headlines can get pretty heavy and discouraging sometimes, especially when you need rain or just a day out of the wind. We understand. If you or someone you know needs a resource, the AgriStress Helpline has trained folks answering calls and texts to 833-897-2474. We're proud you turned to us for your ag news, and we want to remind you how valuable you are. This spring, be careful and take a minute to check your cows, check your fields, and check your neighbors.
I loved both acts. I think the most popular act he did was the Cowboy Monkey, but I want to tell me about the horse. I can't remember the horse's name.
His name was In His Glory.
In His Glory, yeah.
Yep, right. And he had a sway back, a beautiful black horse that had a sway back that was going to be put down as a yearling because his dad was a famous stud, and the people who owned him saw my dad, and my dad was blessed to have two of these animals with very similar stories, and it wasn't a made-up story, it's a real story. And before the people put this horse down, they called Dad because they knew he was an animal guy, and they're like, would you have a use for a swayback colt? Sure. And then, of course, my dad is an unbelievable animal trainer and trained him, and then was able to inspire a lot of people because a lot of swayback horses are chalked up as no good and sent to the kill plant, but Dad gave him a purpose, and through his training and through his performance and through his story, was one of the, in my opinion, one of the best acts to ever go down the road.
Anthony Lucia's dad, Tommy Lucia, won Entertainer of the Year in professional rodeo. He passed away 10 years ago, and we lost a great one, and I lost a great friend. Two-time Announcer of the Year, Anthony Lucia on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jay continues.
Yes, it do continue. We continue just seeing breaking news nationally about Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem taken to the hospital in D.C. She had apparent an allergic reaction. This is a breaking story still to be developed, but she's alert and doing well, according to a spokesperson. But Secretary Kristi Noem taken to a hospital in the D.C. area out of precaution after an allergic reaction. Not known what the allergic reaction is to, at least not now. Is it allergies, seasonal allergies, or is it COVID? There's apparently yet another variant of COVID going around. And it's hit California particularly hard. And it has all the symptoms of allergy: watery eyes, scratchy throat, a lot of sneezing involved. The way to tell, experts say, is your allergies typically are not going to develop a fever for you. But in the case of the COVID, if it feels like allergies and you have a fever, yeah, you probably have this new subvariant of COVID. It's the NB.1.8.1, nicknamed Nimbus, and it's particularly hitting areas of California. Also known as having one of the symptoms is razor blade throat. I was not aware of such a medical issue, but COVID-19 appears to be on the rise in some parts of California. New highly contagious subvariant known as Nimbus, NB181, featuring allergy-like symptoms. It feels like seasonal allergy and could also feature a razor blade throat. Feels like you're swallowing razor blades. Ouch. Yeah, just yet another thing to be scared about. More COVID, continued COVID. Okay. So what else is happening in the news that I wanted to hit before we get to top of the hour? Oh, yeah, the angler Mark Hines story about the angler in the Bighorns near Bear Lodge Reservoir in the Bighorns, fishing the North Tongue River. This angler is making his way through heavy willows, which is pretty scary. If you've ever weaved your way around willows down by the water, these willows are tall. Bushes, trees. I don't know if they're I guess they're technically a tree, but that's what moose like to eat. That's where moose like to hang out. And that's where fishermen sometimes find themselves trying to get to that next channel that you're going to cast in. And it can be scary because you literally cannot see 2 feet in front of you. Thick willows. And this incident, as reported to Game and Fish game wardens interviewed the angler, who said he encountered the moose at close range in thick willows, fired multiple shots at the moose when the moose became agitated and charged him. And this guy, this angler who is not named in the story, not named by Game and Fish, feared for his life and fired fatal shots to the moose. The moose happened to have 2 calves, 2 newborns, 2 calves of the year, and which is also rare. Moose typically do not have twins. Usually they birth just the one, but that's unfortunate. The 2 newborn calves would not have survived without the mother, so they were euthanized. So that's 3 moose ended up being killed in this incident, Mark Hines did talk to others, including wildlife photographers and longtime outdoorsmen, anglers who say, yes, it happens. Outdoorsman Paul Ehrlich said he frequently fishes in moose country where there are thick willows lining riverbanks, creek beds, numerous bends in the creek. And Ulrich said, yeah, it can put you in close proximity with moose without realizing it. Moose are super quiet, even moving through those willows. Paul Ulrich said he's never been charged, but he's had a few close encounters. Paul said a few times, I was absolutely petrified. Moose can move through those willows with seemingly zero noise, and then all of a sudden they're there. And I have encountered a wolf. I've encountered a moose, in the willows while riding a horse. And the willows are like taller than your horse's head. They're taller than your head when you're mounted on a horse. And you definitely cannot see a moose until you're right there. So I get it. It can happen for sure. All right, we got to bust out of here for this hour. Time for the top of the hour news break. We'll be back with more. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The U.S. Senate overwhelmingly passed a landmark cryptocurrency bill Tuesday in a big win for Wyoming Senator Cynthia Lummis, who's been nicknamed the Crypto Queen for her years-long work on digital assets legislation. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that the bill would regulate a category of cryptocurrency called stablecoins, which are fixed to government currencies like the U.S. dollar.
The U.S. Senate, for the first time ever, has passed cryptocurrency legislation, and she's a big reason why. This is huge. It is literally a new system of payment. If this stuff goes through, you might be buying everything that you buy now with money with stablecoins. It is a parallel economy, a parallel financial system. Walmart, Amazon, they are looking to get involved in stablecoins. All the banks, they're looking to get involved in stablecoins. U.S. currency would still exist. It would be just fine, but stablecoins would be an alternative payment.
This is the first major cryptocurrency bill of any kind to ever pass the Senate. It now goes to the House after a bumpy ride to get across the Senate's finish line. The Jackson Town Council on Monday approved the town's largest ever hotel and condo complex, a massive 244,000 square foot development by Mogul Capital. Even slashing its initial plans by about a third, the new mixed-use hotel and condo project will be the largest development in Jackson Town history. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the complex will take up an entire city block of the high-dollar community's prime downtown real estate.
Mogul Capital had proposed that 366,000 square foot mega hotel that sparked a little bit of a furor in Jackson. It's twice the size of Wyoming State Capitol for just reference. So Mogul Capital has gone back to the drawing board. Instead of one big, huge building, it's actually 5 separate, smaller buildings.
The new design includes 109 hotel rooms, 19 long-term residential units, 22 workforce units, 155 parking spaces, as well as a spa, fitness center, restaurant, and 2 rooftop decks. An angler shot and killed a cow moose that he claimed charged him on the North Tongue River near Bear Lodge Resort this weekend. The fisherman said he had encountered the moose at close range in thick willows. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the cow had 2 young-of-the-year calves, which game wardens had to euthanize because they couldn't survive without their mother.
Apparently early Saturday, there was an angler who was charged by a cow moose and shot and killed the moose and at least claimed to the game wards that it was done in self-defense. So I talked to a couple people with different perspectives, and they both said, yeah, moose, especially cow moose, are nothing to trifle with. Wrong set of the circumstances, they can be extremely dangerous. They both said it's just really too bad. The loss of those calves was just really a terrible thing.
Experts say fishing in moose country, particularly going solo, requires keen situational awareness, as moose can be the most dangerous creature on or near the water right now. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous at 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, the 2025 National Pony Express Association Re-Ride this year from Sacramento, California to St. Joseph, Missouri, galloped across Wyoming on Tuesday, spending much of the afternoon on Oregon Trail Road through ranch country in Natrona County. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck spoke to riders who had to weather a little rain and hail along the way, just like those who rode 165 years ago.
It was kind of cool because there was a big thundercloud coming in, a little rain, a little hail, and so the riders were able to experience what the riders did back in 1860 to 61 when they actually carried the mail along that same route. There was a woman from Colorado that was all excited about being able to ride, especially along the Oregon Trail, and she was saying that it was very touching to her, more touching than she thought it was going to be.
The annual Re-Ride, a tradition that began in 1980, tries to trace the same 1,966-mile route that young male riders of the historic Pony Express took between the Missouri and California cities from April 1860 to October 1861. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I did cheerleading through high school. I went to the Colts cheerleading and I loved it. Colts! I was about to go to work and my arm went numb on me. I knew I couldn't speak and I collapsed.
After 36 hours, Tessa's worried family and friends called police, who found her on the floor after suffering a stroke.
For 2 days, I was unconscious. I don't remember anything.
Thanks to the American Heart Association's support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs, Tessa got her life back.
I don't have a limp anymore, and I am so encouraged because I can speak now.
To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Yeah, but getting back to it, the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Zuby checks in, wants to know if Jackson's hotel project includes employee housing. Not necessarily, Zuby. It does include some affordable housing. Every development, every new build, everything you want to do in Jackson that's new has a required component of affordable housing mitigation. Unfortunately, in my opinion, it is not equivalent to simply housing all your workers. So if you're talking about a new commercial/retail development, you're going to require X amount of workers at this new hotel. Mogul Capital is the group that has that owns the land just north of Jackson, the north end of Jackson, where this new hotel's going in. It's massive. It's gigantic. And you're talking about, let's see, footprint of nearly 366,000 square feet. The complex on North Cass was approved Monday by the council on a 4-1 vote, the new sketch plan. I thought it was 170-something rooms, but I think I heard Renee say it was less than that. And of course, I might be getting mixed up by the original proposal. Originally, Mogul was looking to do like 3 blocks, something 3 times this size. And it was a little too big even for Jackson Town Council, who have never met a project they didn't like. As long as it means, retail tax, sales tax revenue. Oh boy, they love that. Town councilors in Jackson, if it's going to generate sales tax revenue, it's rubber stamped pretty much. There's very little concern about overdevelopment. Honestly, I see it paid lip service here, and that's all. I've never seen a politician successfully run on a no growth or slow growth campaign. Not successfully. I've seen very few even try it. There was not years ago, there was a mayor who proposed to run on no growth. He was talked into slow growth. He was talked off the ledge. Oh, you can't possibly run on no growth. You'll never win. At least say you want slow, responsible growth. And that mayoral candidate did not win. No, you say the right things. You say, I'm concerned about, killing the golden goose. I'm concerned we're growing too fast. But then you go ahead and approve everything and grow fast. That's pretty much how it's gone. Let's see, the 42-foot tall hotel. The original design was a 42-foot hotel, 11 total lots. Over 2.75 acres with 171 hotel rooms, restaurants, retail stores, bars. These are all plural, by the way. 171 rooms, restaurants, retail stores, bars, a spa, fitness center, rooftop deck, hotel-related office and meeting spaces. Yowza. That was the original concept. It's been scaled down just a little to now 109 hotel rooms, 19 market long-term residential units, in other words, condos, 22 workforce restricted units, 155 parking spaces, spa, fitness center, restaurant, 2 rooftop decks, and other amenities. So still very large, massive. The biggest thing Jackson Town Council's ever approved, and they've approved some big things. Massive. But yes, to answer Zuby's question, here of all that, 109 hotel rooms, 19 condos, and there's going to be 22 workforce restricted units. Now, those could take the form of 2-bed, 1-bath, 1-bed, 1-bath, maybe studios, maybe a variety of all 3, but 22 total workforce restricted units, meaning not necessarily affordable, just that they're workforce restricted. So you must prove that you spend most of your time and most of your work is done in Teton County. Now, the price of those rentals is yet to be determined, not necessarily affordable. But yes, every large development like this, in theory, should house every employee it's going to need. You would think that would be the baseline starter. And how many employees does a 109 hotel room project need? I think the ratio usually for hotels is, I think, 2 to 1, I want to say, because you're going to need, you're going to need maids to clean the rooms. You're going to need valet. You're going to need, all kinds of employees. And I think it is usually ratioed out to 2 to 1. Let's say conservatively, it's at least 1 to 1, right? You need 1 employee for every key, for every room you have. So this is going to generate probably 100 new employees. minimum hotel employee ratio to rooms. Yeah, I thought the standard was kind of a 2-to-1. Is there a standard employee to room ratio for hotels? The experts weigh in and say what? 1 to 2 employees to room. So, okay, maybe I was off. Some super high-end properties are more like 1 to 1. Some high-end properties like 5-star hotels start to approach a 2-to-1 ratio, 2 employees for every room that you have. Some junker 2-star motels might have a 1 to 2 ratio. So let's go 1 to 1. That seems to be conservative. This mogul Capital Enterprises hotel is going to generate probably 100 new employees for the hotel alone. And if they have a restaurant and bar, there's some more employees. So, 150 new employees. Where are they going to live? Have you built Have you built enough units for 100 new employees to live? No, not in this project. And it just, every new major development like this exacerbates the housing issue, never mind traffic and everything else. But yeah, Jackson Town Council okays a 244,000 square foot hotel complex, largest ever for the town of Jackson. And they've seen some large developments. This one dwarfs them all. Renee Jean has the story in the Cowboy State Daily. You can check it out. Other stories. I love this opinion column. Regular columnist Dave Simpson gives some great marital advice. Dave Simpson, he's been married a long time. In fact, Dave likes to joke that he's done 40 years. He has a domestic partner of 40 years. And he said, I've pointed it out many times that 40 years is longer than most murderers get to serve in prison. 40 years with his domestic partner. And he'll say the secret to a holy matrimony is time apart every now and then. Dave Simpson's latest opinion piece is entitled, How Can I Miss You If You Never Go Away? That's an old country song, right? How can I miss you if you never go away? That's right up there with Get Your Tongue Out of My Mouth, I'm Kissing You Goodbye. That's another classic country song. Songs that aren't actually real, but they should be. Columnist Dave Simpson writes, here's the rule he lives by in golden matrimony with his wife, 40 years now. She doesn't make me go to Elton John concerts, and I don't make her go to the cabin. It sounds crazy, but it works. Dave said every once in a while he's got to get away to the mountains to go to his cabin. Every once in a while she's got to go to another Elton John concert. She's been to over 100. No, she's been to 80. 80 Elton John. Elton John's great. But after a dozen, you kind of been there, done that, right? Levon. How many Levons can you hear? She's been to 80 Elton John concerts. Not really Dave's jam. And he said, that's fine. You go to Elton, I'll go to the cabin. He said that's a secret for a long marriage. Great column. Read it in the Cowboy State Daily. Dave Simpson. His secret to marital success going 4 decades now is a little bit of time apart. Unfortunately, I did hear from the senator's office. Senator Lummis will not be able to get with us Friday. I tried for an emergency appearance on the show just to talk crypto with her, but she's her schedule's tight. They can't get her in Friday. But this news is out there. Sean Berry, today's news that a crowning moment for the crypto queen, Senator Cynthia Lummis, as the Senate passes a landmark bill. Her genius bill did pass on Tuesday, yesterday, finally, with a vote of 68-30 on the Genius Act, and now heads to the House after a bumpy ride to get across the finish line at the Senate. Most of the resistance early on was the fear of cryptocurrency. I'm wondering how many senators really understand stable coin, cryptocurrency, and all that kind of stuff. It's futuristic banking, right? This is the future of banking. This is modernizing the American payment system, according to Senator Lummis. And I think for a lot of senators, their initial knee-jerk reaction was, ooh, scared, stablecoin, crypto, don't know what it is. And then some of them started hearing about how President Trump has his own digital coin, like Bitcoin. He's I forget the name of it. He's got his own coin. So they were worried that, this legislation just plays right into the president's hands. This is going to get him rich. And once that kind of settled down and people started figuring out what exactly it is, it seems that there was at least enough votes to get it passed. I mean, 68-30, that's pretty significant margin. Detractors are still there, however. Democrat Senator Elizabeth Warren from Massachusetts, along with Jack Reed of Rhode Island, have called the Genius Act too weak, they say. They say if the Genius Act is enacted into law, it would put the entire financial system at risk, possibly triggering a taxpayer bailout. They said the bill is tilted too much in favor of the stablecoin industry with inadequate regulatory safeguards. This from lawmakers who already exist in a world where the dollar is backed by nothing. The U.S. dollar is backed by just a whole lot of crossed fingers and hopeful thinking. I mean, we went off the gold standard way back when. Stablecoin, yeah, I'm scared of it too because I don't know much about it. I'm not ready to pay my bills in crypto, in Bitcoin. But that's where the future is headed. And the crypto queen, Senator Cynthia Lummis, co-sponsored this bill and is happy to see it get through the Senate finally. Next step is a House vote. And we'll keep an eye on how it goes. The bill co-sponsored by Senator Lummis along with Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, Democrat out of New York. They spearheaded the stablecoin legislation all the way back a couple of years ago. In 23-24 in Congress, that bill died in committee. But certainly, as the years have progressed, more and more lawmakers are seeing the writing on the wall. We are headed to a digital currency. We are headed to embracing a stable coin, crypto, and all that business. Blockchain is the future, and there's, I guess, no avoiding it or denying it. The Genius Act passed, and congrats to Senator Lummis. I know she's happy about that. And we'll keep an eye on what happens in the House. Sean Barry has that story for the Cowboy State Daily. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more, including, I believe, we have special guest Justin George popping in right after these.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Let's get back to it. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Let's take you to Medicine Bow Peak, where we have, I'm sure, some very worried teenagers and worried parents wondering what happened to their kids. A trio of teenagers looking to climb Medicine Bow Peak encountered some deep snow, so they tried to get around that. And when they did, they got themselves a little disoriented and lost and stranded on the peak. They made a 911 call and they needed help, and help arrived in the version of Sheriff Alex Bakken, who just put on the cape and said, "I'll go get him." After a day at work, man, this guy already put in a full day bossing his deputies around, and then he's got a late meeting, and then he hears there's stranded people on the mountain, and rather than get his deputies involved, because they were all busy, doing deputy stuff, and there is a search and rescue, and he did alert them, but Bakken said, I've been up that peak, and so is my buddy, brings along a guy, and that is just taking matters into your own hands, right? Justin George joins us. He wrote the story, and it's fantastic. It's a feel-good story. Good stuff, Justin.
Thanks, Jake. Yeah, what? I mean, that's such a Wyoming story. I mean, it's great. I mean, people on Facebook are calling him Longmire, and from the Pickett books, Joe Pickett, and So the great thing is when our managing editor, Greg Johnson, got the alert, I think it was on Facebook, that Carbon County had posted they had done this rescue. It says nothing about the sheriff going up there. I think he wrote it himself, but it doesn't have even a word there. So we didn't have any reporters at the moment to do it. It came out at like 4:30. And so he asked me to do a quick write-up of it. So I called Sheriff Bakken and he started telling me about it. And it wasn't until like a couple sentences in that he mentioned that it was him who went up the mountain. So, it wasn't like he was showing off at all.
Yeah.
Like, if we didn't write about it, nobody would know. I mean, I don't think anybody really did. So, on one hand, it's not that big a deal because he used to be search and rescue, and search and rescue folks are, real heroes. They are volunteers who do this all the time, winter or summer, in Wyoming, across Colorado, across the Front Range. All these search and rescue folks sort of go wherever they're needed at any time. But yes, I think you brought it up. Sheriff Bakken was in some sort of emergency dispatch meeting in Saratoga. Can't be the most exciting of things. Sat in there, and you got to remember. At the time, I think it was like probably eight or so. That's when his day's ending, and it's really not. He gets in his car on the computer. He sees, there's this alert out there. Realizes that he's within 45 minutes. Which, in Wyoming, that's like pretty close.
Yeah.
So and he decides to drive out there. And his first goal was just to set up a command center. But, as he saw it, it was getting dark. I think I checked, see what time sunset was yesterday, and it was about 8:15 and 8:30. So the sun's going down there. And you've got 17-year-olds, which he knows, who are wearing shorts. Up there on Medicine Bow Peak, it's still plenty of snow there. That's what got them lost. So, he is weighing all this as he's waiting for the rest of the search and rescue to show up. One guy finally does, and his sergeant shows up. So it would normally be him manning that command center. But Bakken says, I know this peak. I'm with this experienced other hiker. And rule number one in search and rescue is you never send anybody up alone. So he wasn't going to send this volunteer Max Laseth up by himself. And so he felt that he was the best position to go with him, and he did. And in his uniform and his work shoes, he went up there. And this is not a run-of-the-mill hike. It was a good, I think, hour and a half up. This is 12,000 feet. It's pretty, that's, I would say, I don't know, Jake, you tell me, you're more mountain man than me, but I think that's pretty more than intermediate, getting to be up there. He had to do some bouldering to get up and down the mountain. They had to go through some deep snow in order to get there. So it was not an easy task.
It's not Everest, it's not the Grand, but it's not nothing. And especially at the end of your day, like your day at 8 o'clock, you're late for dinner, and the wife's like, "Where are you?" "Oh, I'm climbing a mountain." Yeah, like in his uniform, I could just see him, answering the call, figuring as far as he was ready to take it was, well, I'll drive out there and I'll set up a command post at the base of the hill, and I'll get my team at least headed in the right direction. And he's out there, and he's looking at his watch, and the only guy there is Max, and Max has been up the mountain many times, he said. And Bakken's like, "Well, so have I. Could we do it in the dark?" And they both said, "Yeah." And up they go. Oh, man. And and they said the kids did everything right, these teenagers. They made the call. They were able to share GPS so they knew exactly where they were. So am I to understand, Sheriff Bakken and Max Laseth, they get up, they go ahead and just climb the top. And then they call in and they said, well, share the GPS coordinates with us. Where are they exactly?
Yeah, so apparently the kids gave out a initial coordinate. And so that's what they were shooting for when they went up there. But you're right. They wanted to summit first, and then they were able to sort of like survey, figure out exactly where everything is, what's the best way to get to them or whatever. So I think once they got up there, they were going to go to the original location, but then they radioed down the command center and found out these kids had moved apparently or were 900 yards away from their original target. So they had to, again, go down the mountain, go bouldering down the mountain in order to get to where they were. So good thing cell phones were working, right? As we know, that many parts of the state that doesn't happen. But that was key too. I think Bakken, even on Facebook, on our Facebook page, he had posted a thank you to everybody saying that, but he was thanking his dispatchers for keeping him getting coordinates for exactly where they were, and that made it a little bit easier. But still, it took them a good deal to get down from even the top of the mountain down to where they were. I think 9 football fields away. So.
Yeah, and with a flashlight and a headlamp, that's it. In your day clothes, in your work clothes. I mean, search and rescue, they're all geared up to do stuff like this. They just weren't there yet. They eventually joined the rescue towards the end. But these two guys, Sheriff Bakken and his buddy Max, they get to the top. First, you go to the top because, the higher you get, the better phone service you get. 12,000 feet, you're doing pretty good. Doesn't matter if it's Verizon or AT&T. They get up there about 10:30 at night, and the teenagers did stay put. They were where they were supposed to be, which is good. And they all enjoyed about a 1.5 mile hike back down the mountain. So it all worked out.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a heck of a story. And, the legend of Sheriff Bakken only grows. He's a young guy.
Yeah.
Like 30s. People are always talking to him. He's a good-looking guy. So there's this guy's earning quite a reputation there, and a good one, obviously. So, this is, again, when I talked to him, I got no sense that he was bragging about it or anything. Again, didn't even disclose publicly that he was sort of one of them. He recognizes that he's not that different from the other search and rescue folks there.
Yeah, and that's the best part is he's not trumpeting his own horn. He's pretty low key about it. Along with Sheriff Brian Kozak, Sheriff Alex Bakken making one of our favorite. He's making law enforcement great again, man. He's making it. I love it. Cops must love it, and we got to get him on the show. He needs to be somewhat of a regular. And I'm glad you were able to suss out in talking to him that, wait a minute, Sheriff, this is kind of you. This story's cool in its own, like a positive ending. We got a rescue, but this sounds a lot like you. Can we kind of angle it that way? Because you just climbed a mountain to go save the day, didn't you?
Yeah, I think that's what makes the story interesting, right? It's not just notable that you have an elected representative, your sheriff, who's doing it, but you got to think about it. Look at it this way, Jake. There's been a lot of controversy and criticism over cops when it comes to sort of mass shootings and things. Are they acting fast enough? Are they moving fast enough? And this is a case where law enforcement didn't even hesitate. They knew it was getting dark. They knew kids were up there. They knew the weather, could roll in. They knew the kids were in shorts. One was having an asthma attack, and he acted. And that's what you kind of want to see law enforcement do. And that's exactly what he did. He got up there. He had the resources that he had. There's a risk that these folks take, and he went up the mountain.
Good point. Too many times the headlines read about law enforcement in a different way. This is a great story. Glad we were able to do it. And it is so Wyoming, as you point out, Justin. Great story. Thanks for doing it, and thanks for being on.
You got it.
Please tell Sheriff Bakken that we're good guys and we want him on as well. Put in a word for us.
I'll see what I can do.
All right, because, yeah, he'd be fun to be a regular here. Thanks, buddy. Have a great Wednesday.
You too.
Justin George joining us at the Cowboy State Daily Show, and a interesting story. I don't want to make too much of a hero out of Sheriff Bakken because he likes to stay on the down low too. It's not all about him, but you know what? It is today. Great story. The highest peak in the Snowy Range, about just a 45-minute drive there, with the lights on after a long day at work. And the sheriff said, I'm not going to bother with my deputies with this search and rescue. They'll get there when they get there, but I've been up this mountain. So is Max. Come on, Max, let's go get these kids. Great story. I got a Wyoming game and fish thing that I want to get to, and then a break, and then we're in the home stretch here for a Wednesday on the show. Let's do the Wyoming game and fish moment with Ray Hageman. We'll do that now.
If you're interested in a career in conservation, the Game and Fish has a 2-day camp you might want to check out. I'll have details next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. Are you interested in a career in conservation? The Wyoming Game and Fish Department invites current college students and recent graduates to Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp in DuBois, August 14th through the 17th, to learn how to pursue a successful career in the outdoors at the newly created Wyoming Collegiate Conservation Symposium Camp. Participants will gain hands-on experience and learn directly from seasoned Game and Fish employees. This immersive program is designed to equip students with the skills and knowledge necessary to pursue a successful career in the outdoors. Here's what you'll learn. Career paths. Explore various career opportunities within the Wyoming Game and Fish. The role of game wardens. Understanding the crucial role of wardens in conservation and their job expectations. The role of habitat, fish, and wildlife biologists. Here you'll gain insights into the responsibilities and contributions of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's field biologists. You'll also learn effective presentation skills. Here's where you'll develop your ability to present information clearly and effectively. Research questions. You'll learn how to frame research questions to address management issues. Personality styles. Explore common dimensions and traits of personality styles and enhance your ability to work with people of different personality types. Resume and cover letter writing. Receive guidance on crafting effective resumes and cover letters. Now, the camp is scheduled again for August 14th through the 17th at the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp near DuBois. Cost is $50, which includes food and lodging. You'll also have to arrange transportation to the camp. Scholarships are available for those who feel the program fee is a barrier to participation. To be considered for a scholarship, email William Poole at william.poole, that's spelled Poole, at wyo.gov. The application deadline is June 30th. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Jake in the morning, Cowboy State Daily.
Thanks, Ray. The Wyoming Game and Fish moment. I'm trying to find one of these videos that I saved that is just nearly unbelievable. I almost think it is AI generated, but it also might be real. But it also is not complying right now, so I can't even bring this story up. So yeah, let's move along then. We did have a commenter pop in with a text. Oh, this was regarding our conversation about Jackson Town Council approving a gigundo, biggest project ever approved in Jackson. And there's been some big ones. Mogul Capital had their big hotel approved, 109-room hotel, along with restaurant, bar, spa, all the amenities, along with 19 condos, market-priced condominiums, and along with about units of workforce housing. A major project, 244,000 square feet. And one commenter chimed in with a text, "More scars on the land." Yes, well, we've gone too far in Jackson to call it another scar. The patient is so scarred. It's a Frankenstein is the patient in Jackson. This is far more than just the latest scar. The patient has been pronounced dead long ago. And when it comes to downtown Jackson, one more hotel, why not? Man, build it and they will come, and they keep coming. Claire McFarland has this story about, I don't know how much of news it is. You remember that couple of bills that got passed in the last session concerning education. One of them would offer a school voucher, would offer $7,000 voucher in public money to school students seeking alternate schooling on a first-come, first-served basis. A pot of $50 million has been approved and set aside for these vouchers. Will cover vouchers for the next 2 years, $50 million. And the school voucher program will offer parents of students $7,000 per kid for students seeking schooling outside of public schools. So charter school, private schools, etc. And it sounded like a good idea. There was very little controversy in it, and the vote, the bill passed fairly easily. But now we see a challenge in the news. Parents are suing the state, claiming this voucher program could alienate students that are gay, trans, or otherwise non-binary, or whatever. Some parents in this lawsuit claim the vouchers and the way the law is written could alienate queer, transgender, and non-binary students. And the program is being challenged in court, and apparently it was assigned Monday. This lawsuit was assigned Monday to the same judge who handed the state a significant loss in February. This explained by Claire McFarland. The earlier lawsuit by the same group invoked some of the same language from the Wyoming Constitution. The Wyoming Education Association and a handful of parents, some of whom are also teachers, sued Wyoming, its superintendent of public instruction, and the state treasurer Friday, alleging this voucher program could give students who attend private schools or homeschooling. They say it violates the Wyoming Constitution. Some parents have joined the lawsuit claiming it also discriminates or could discriminate against gay, transgender, and non-binary students because private schools could turn them away, says the lawsuit. And I wonder just how much of the news this is. But every time I hear about an issue concerning gay, transgender, or non-binary students, I wonder what percentage of the population this is. I think we need a number. I'm not trying to be insensitive to the concerns of someone who may consider themselves non-binary, but in all of the United States, how many people are identifying as non-binary? 0.00 what percent in all the U.S.? In fact, let's take a non-binary hotbed. Let's say San Fran, New York, L.A. What percentage of people identify as transgender? In other words, they're transitioning from one gender to another, or consider themselves no gender. I don't fit in any of these genders. I'm not male or female. I'm non-binary. How many of those people are there on this planet? 20? 30? What percentage of people make up this group? Because I think it's important to know, because we're a democracy, Majority rules, and I don't want to discount a minority. Minority voice should be important, but it should be important to the degree that a weighted degree. What percentage of the public are you? That's how much your vote should count. And especially when we bring this issue to Wyoming, where what is the total number or percentage of non-binary students? These are people under the age of 19, presumably, because they go to school, who identify as neither gender. How many of those in Wyoming? 2? 1? A half of one? And we're suing over whether these non-binary students could receive $7,000 in money, or we're suing over whether a private school may say, we don't want you because you're not male or female, you're both or neither. I mean, the amount of energy we're spending over just thinking about this stuff, the amount of money attorneys are making filing the lawsuits about this stuff, over how many people? Anyway, maybe it's just me. Even if it's one person, that one person is important to their mom and dad. They're an important person and they should count. But let's keep it in perspective. Firefighters still battling that first wildfire of the year in Wyoming. It's the horse fire. Last I heard, and I do have a link to the absolute latest on InstaWeb, it was updated 38 seconds ago. So that's, you can't get more updated than that, right? My friend Mary Cernicek is the incident contact. This fire is still being fought by a Type 3 team, as far as I know. Latest update 38 seconds ago, we have now upped the acreage of the horse fire. Previously, it was right around 900 acres, a little bit less. Now, the latest update is 1,356 acres for the horse fire. Of course, we heard over the weekend on Saturday, somebody was flying a drone over it, which is a big no-no. That means that aerial support on this fire is grounded because they could run into the drones. Please don't fly your drones. Be smart. Aerial support is being used to both drop water drops also being used to do reconnaissance, trying to figure out how big the fire it is, where is it headed. There are closures now in effect associated with this, trail closures. Make sure you know the latest if you're planning on going into this area, the horse fire area. Road and trail closures were announced a couple of days ago. Initially, the fire was so small, a few hundred acres, there were no closures. Now there are. So make sure you know what those are and you know where you can and can't go in this area. But this fire, so we're looking at, went from 900 to 1,300 acres. And according to the latest report, fire is still just 6% containment. And as far as I know, there's still just a Type 3 team on this. Is that right? Lightning caused, by the way, first discovered on Friday, about 10:30 at night. Fire is burning in heavy down timber. Rich Hayner is the incident commander, and this is a Type 3 team on it. Should it get bigger, obviously, the fires like this would then transition to a Type 2 team, and eventually an interagency larger Type 1 team would be assigned. But right now, 208 firefighters, 208 personnel working on this fire that is estimated at 1,356 acres. Firefighters looking at a sunny day today with warming temps, which is not good for the fire. Looking at a little bit windy conditions as well. So it's tough firefighting. Hopefully they can hold the line and keep it at bay until the weekend when Sunday's forecast looks much cooler. And that could give firefighters a little relief. But as Don Day said, when we talked to our meteorologist, day weather forecast calling for warm temps these next couple of days, but also a lot of wind. And that's never good for a forest fire. Greg Johnson has the latest update about the horse fire burning in the Bridger Teton, which has come within 2 miles of a historic fire lookout post there on Prospect Peak. And you can see in the story, the photo of the story, that the lookout command post, just a tiny little lookout center. And these are rare. These are rarely, if ever, used anymore. These are kind of relics of the past. This is, during peak fire season, these would be manned by somebody for a couple of months, beginning now through August. There'd be somebody who would be assigned to live there back in the day in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. But now anymore, the fire starts are noted by either outdoor recreationalists, some hikers will see smoke. There's always somebody out and about that will see the smoke. Many times commercial airlines, the pilot flying will report seeing smoke. That's how many blazes are discovered anymore. And these historic fire lookouts are hardly ever used anymore. But this one's I think it's on the National Registry of Historic Places, this one on Prospect Peak. It's considered dear enough that firefighters have wrapped it in aluminum-based wrap as a precaution should the fire get close and flames get close. Hopefully that protects the structure. But yeah, 208 personnel out there assigned to the fire, working on it. The horse fire has grown now to over 1,300 acres as we're looking at the latest info on the horse fire. Boy, it is early in the season to be doing that, to be looking at the first wildfire of the season. Yikes. We're only in mid-June. Man, we got a long way to go before we see any kind of relief from Mother Nature. That is bad news. What else is going on in the world of news? I had some national news I did want to get to. I had this piece of news I thought was interesting. Sean Berry, Washington's correspondent for the Cowboy State Daily, popped this story a couple days ago. And the future of PBS and NPR. Wyoming U.S. senators say they are intending to vote for clawing back $9.4 billion away from PBS, NPR, and a foreign aid agency. Representative Harriet Hageman has helped push the measure through late last week. She has been one of the more vocal lawmakers about defunding or clawing back $9.4 billion allocated to NPR and PBS. You probably heard President Trump say months ago that he considers NPR and PBS to be delivering a slanted message, a very liberal message. He doesn't appreciate it. And he said there's no reason to publicly fund PBS and NPR anymore if all they're going to do is tout the leftist message. He said that all the way back in April. Trump fired 3 Democratic members of the CPB board and has been very critical of what he said is leftist propaganda. Hageman says the same thing. When Trump signed the order all the way back in May, President Trump issued an executive order to defund NPR and PBS. This happened back in May. The legislation is now before the Senate. If it's cleared and signed by Trump, it would leave no doubt in the matter, and it would mean defunding NPR and PBS. When Trump signed that order, a Congresswoman Harriet Hageman told Cowboy State Daily that NPR and PBS News amounted to little more than leftist propaganda. Quote, Trump's order, Hageman said, was a direct response to what he's hearing from voters all over the country, that we don't need to be funding leftist propaganda. And the latest news piece from Sean Berry is Wyoming delegation, both Harriet Hageman and Senators Cynthia Lummis and John Barrasso agree that they'll vote for clawing back $9.4 billion away from PBS, NPR, and foreign aid agencies. So the beginnings of defunding NPR and PBS. What would the future be? And that was Congresswoman Harriet Hageman, who came on the show not long ago and said she likes NPR. I mean, she enjoys listening to them, not particularly doesn't care for the message, but she has enjoyed having NPR and WPR in Wyoming, where very often you drive such great distances that there is no other radio at all. And it's been a little bit of a companion on some of the long drives, Congresswoman Hageman said. But Hageman has also said, the message has become so liberal, and to spend so much taxpayer money on it just doesn't seem like the smart thing to do. Well, that'll probably do it for us and wrap us up on a Wednesday on that note. Wait, I need my normal, loud. Yeah, I need this one. There's my play out. Yeah, that'll do it for a Wednesday. We'll see you same time tomorrow. Everybody have a great day. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake over and out.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.